the playing of our national anthem.
Marin Morris!
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we held at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
This is ESPN 1025 The Game. If you missed the latest on Chase, Willie, and D-Mace,
The over-under 1350 for Titans running back Derrick Henry. 83.1% say over.
A lot of believers. A lot of believers. If he plays 17 games, he's going to go over, I think. But the key is, can he stay out there for 17 games?
But you're not a true believer, Willie.
I'm worried. I'm worried.
Just not a true believer. Come on, man. You got to believe.
He
order to walk, you got to believe you
special
can walk,
player.
okay?
I'm looking at the numbers. The numbers are telling. It's my head and my heart. My heart says he's going to go way over. He's going to do it. He's Derrick Henry. My head, looking at the numbers, I'm a little concerned. I mean, Vegas put that number out there. I didn't. 1350. That's over under in Vegas. And when they put that out there, they're thinking it's going to be 50-50.
Chase, Willie, and D-Mace. Weekdays from 10 to 2 on 102.5 and 106.3 The Game and on the Game Nashville app. From the Hillside Medical Game Studios, WPRT-FM Pegram, WPUC HD2 Laverne. Nashville's exclusive home for the Nashville Predators. 102.5 and 106.3.
Terang, it's a high fly ball.
We got pass rushers.
Awesome game set.
Checkered flag in the air.
The Game.
A Cromwell Media Station.
Now let's see if we can bring them to life, all right?
Bringing you entertainment and informative sports talk during your workday.
Smart, funny, classy, and I like him a lot.
This is Chase, Willie, and D-Mace with Chase McCabe, Willie Donick,
Mason, touchdown, Tennessee.
and former NFL wide receiver Derek Mason on Nashville's best sports talk, 102.5 and 106.3 The Game, and on the Game Nashville app.
This is a new level of geek you got going on here.
Good Thursday, everybody. Welcome in. Chase, Willie, and D-Mace, 102.5, 106.3 The Game. We're streaming on the Game Nashville app. Chase McCabe, Derek Mason with you. Willie will be along a little later in the show. He is attending memorial service for Mark Howard today, so going to miss a little bit of the show today. And, of course, thoughts and prayers with Mark's family after he passed away last month. But, D-Mace, good to be here with you today as it is finally here. The NFL season begins tonight.
Tonight. Many have been waiting on this day. It's all, the anticipation each year is just, do you feel it rises each year? And for what reason? I don't know, because, football is football, and it's never going to change in a sense. And I know you got new players coming in and old players leaving, but still, football is football. But it seems like people get more excited each year. I guess it's what we've talked about. Fan bases, and teams don't know they're bad yet until they start playing games. So everybody's, energetic. Everybody's, upbeat. The anticipation is there. So, I can't wait for tonight.
Yeah, it's going to be good. And look, the Bills and the defending Super Bowl champion Rams, two teams that I think people view as contenders for the Super Bowl once again. I mean, that's a great way for the NFL to kick off their season. And I love that they have done this Thursday night kickoff. I think the Thursday night football thing is a little overdone, but having the kickoff game on a Thursday, I have no problem with that. And you got a hell of a matchup on NBC.
Yeah, you do.
Mike Tirico.
Yes, two potential. I like Mike.
I do too.
Two potential Super Bowl contenders. Going against one another. It's a heavyweight game tonight. So you want to see where the L.A. I almost said the Los Angeles. Well, what is it?
They are the L.A. Rams.
Yeah, the L.A. Rams. I don't know the L.A. Rams, the St. Louis Rams, the Detroit Rams, whatever they are. Choose to change their names too. But we're going to see if the L.A. Rams, have gotten a little heavy off the hog because they won the Super Bowl, or have they been, in the gym room like Rocky 1 and Rocky 2, trying to either win a title or defend a title. So we'll see. And then, obviously, Buffalo, many are picking Buffalo to be in the Super Bowl, and many are picking Josh Allen to be this year's MVP. So, they got a lot riding on this game, the opening game of the season.
Well, the Titans have a lot riding on their opening game of the season as well, and we'll take your calls and texts throughout the show, driven by WilsonCountyHyundai.com, 615-737-1025. And by the way, I don't know if you saw this. I know you're not that much of a country music guy, but I am. Luke Combs announced today that he will play Nissan Stadium on April 15th. We actually are going to have a pair of tickets for you to win today before they go on sale Friday, September 16th. So you can win before you can buy, and you're going to have to earn these bad boys today because I want them, and I can't have them, but I want them.
So you're going to make it as
so
hard as
I'm going to make
possible.
everybody else work for it and not make it easy because Luke is an awesome concert. So,
man. You're not going to be like Willie, you're not going to give him clues and all this other stuff?
No. We're going to make this – if we do this for trivia today, we're going to make this the hardest freaking trivia question we've ever had. But I start with this, and Ryan Tannehill yesterday, addressed the media, and I know he talked about this a little bit, and I think we're going to have the clip, but he was asked about Cincinnati. He was asked if he had gotten over Cincinnati, and he kind of sidestepped it as you would imagine, but the tone that he had and the body language and kind of what you've seen from him throughout training camp, I don't think he has gotten over Cincinnati, Derek. And you know what? I think that's actually a good thing.
Well, I mean, it can be both good and bad. It could be good in the sense of right now because we're not playing a game. But it could be bad in the sense of once you start playing and some things go wrong, then you start to revert back to, oh my goodness, Cincinnati. It's sort of like a breakup or, whatever, a relationship. And, a year go by, a year, 2 years, and every once in a while you think about the person, but then one of your friends come up and they say something about the person, or they say, oh, have you been thinking about such and such? And your answer is, well, no, not really, but now I am because you brought this person up. So now, yes, I am thinking about this person, and I might put you in a good mood. It might put you in a bad mood, or it might be an indifferent one. And I think that's where Ryan Tannehill is. I think every once in a while he does, sort of replay what happened in that Cincinnati game, but it's not consuming his thoughts. But when someone brings it up, it's like, man, I really wasn't thinking about it, but now that you said something about it, of course it's going to be there, So to me, athletes, you gotta have a short memory, and many of them do. Even more importantly, the great ones do, because if you don't, anything anytime things start to go wrong, then you revert back to, oh, here we go again. And you never, and I repeat, never want to be in a position where, you're thinking that, especially as the leader, the quarterback, oh, here we go again. You don't want to be in that position.
Here's Ryan Tannehill yesterday when asked about Cincinnati.
You've talked about the struggles getting over that loss, just playing another game, starting a new season, kind of put all that behind you, maybe officially.
It's been behind me. I think, like I mentioned in the past is the past. It's a fuel. It's a fire, like I said, inside of me. But the past is the past, and I'm ready for this year.
Look, that's what you're going to say.
Mm-hmm.
The past is the past. I've heard you say things like that,
Mm-hmm.
and I've known you long enough to know that there are things in the past that you haven't gotten over. And like that, and that's a good. And I say that in a good way. Like that is because you're driven. You are. If you were playing today, you're still holding on to Baltimore and that loss, even though you went and played for them. Like you still were pissed off about that and how that game went. So, and I think that's kind of been the concern with Tannehill. And this even goes back to Mariota and just a guy in that position of, do you carry that stuff and do you use that as motivation? And I think that's where the fans are of, okay, well, we're still pissed off about losing to Cincinnati and the fact that you, Ryan Tannehill, threw 3 interceptions that led to that loss after the defense had 9 sacks. And the Titans should have won that game. So, and it's hard to believe that this is going to be the first game that he's played since then. He didn't play in the preseason. So This is the first time that he will suit up and play that game play a game on Sunday. But I think he's taken the ownership of it. I don't question that. But now how are you going to use it as motivation? And you can use the cliche of the past is the past, but I do think it's his fuel. I don't know if he's got like some room in his house that's just still photos of him throwing a pick and the box score. Like he's got candles lit. Like I don't know if it's that, but I do think this sticks with him, and I think that's a good thing.
Well, motivation is only good if you use it for good, in a sense of, whether it be me feeling as if I was drafted in the 4th round, I thought I should have been drafted in the 1st or the 2nd. I should have been drafted, before 7 other guys. So I use that motivation in a good way to allow me to work and grind hard no matter what. Knowing that I'm going to prove every one of these teams, even the team that drafted me, I'm going to prove all of y'all wrong, and I'm going to work until I get there. And when I get there, I'm going to continue to work. So that's using motivation, I think, in a good way. I think using motivation in a bad way is using it and you trying to get over your own whatever it is, your own hiccup or whatever it is, but it's detrimental to everyone else, and what I mean by that is, Ryan Tannehill threw 3 interceptions. Well, he comes back first game of the season. Well, I want to pass the ball more, because I want to prove to everybody that, I am a passer in this league. I can pass the ball more than 35 times. And then you're allowed to do that, but it's detrimental to the team. Because you are not a quarterback that should be throwing the ball that many times. But because you want to prove everyone's so wrong, so bad, that you don't care if it does hurt your team or not. I think with him, it's the first. It's the motivation of, I played a horrible game, but I'm going to show the Tennessee Titans and everyone else that the quarterback that played that game against Cincinnati, that's not who I am. But I'm going to do it in a constructive way where it helps the team and not hurt the team.
615-737-1025. You can weigh in. We are loaded today on the show. Chris Johnson, former Titans running back, going to join us at 11 o'clock. We'll talk to Rashad Weaver at 11:30. Titans linebacker, underdog picks at noon. And then Paul Dottino, WFAN beat reporter, covers the Giants for them. He'll join us at 1 o'clock. So we are up and running here on a Thursday. But I'm asking you, are you over the Cincinnati loss and specifically Ryan Tannehill's role in that? What happens if Tannehill throws a pick against the Giants? Like, how are people going to react? 615-737-1025. It's Chase, Willie, and D-Mace. 1025-1063, the game.
The college football season never stops. ESPN college football analyst Trevor Manich joins Stillman and Company every Tuesday at 4:30.
They've got to do what Nick Saban in Alabama has done so successfully over the last 10 years.
Presented by Houston Clinic Orthopedics on Nashville's best sports talk, 102.5 and 106.3 The Game and the Game Nashville app.
Some people were made to follow the instructions. We were made to make our own. To always measure twice and never cut corners. Unless, of course, we've got a compound miter saw. Northern Tool and Equipment is a problem solver's paradise. There's nothing we can't find, fix, or figure out together. We're made for this. Start solving your projects today at northerntool.com.
Psst. Something's hatching at the Nashville Fair. 4 nights, 4 bands, and 4 themes. Come on out to Nashfest 2022, presented by Nashville Soccer Club. Enjoy live music, games, food, and signature drinks. All 4 festivals are free with fair admission. Eat local and drink local, where locals play. Skip the line and buy online at nashfair.fun, a regional fair with an urban flair.
The Nashville Sheriff is hiring correctional officers. Earn $52,500 after paid training and probation. Positions are available immediately. You must be 21 and over with a high school diploma or GED. Come join our family. That's $52,500 with great benefits. Apply now at sheriff.nashville.gov/apply or call 615-862-8170. Earn $52,500. Stop searching. Apply now. The Nashville Sheriff.
Men, are you asking yourself questions like, why am I gaining fat? Why is my energy or sex drive down and maybe haven't been getting the exercise you need? If you want to get back to the man you used to be but just don't have that youthful energy, that edge you once had, you very well might have low testosterone. Low T causes all kinds of issues, from a reduced libido, lower drive, and bad sleep patterns to problems with muscle gain, bone density, and more. It may even contribute to erectile dysfunction, and if this sounds like you, it's probably time to get treated for your low T. At the Tennessee Men's Clinic, we've treated thousands of men for low T. We've seen them put on muscle, add to their energy, improve their sex lives, get better sleep, and just feel better. Plus, if you're like most men, you'll see results in only a few weeks. So make an appointment today and experience how testosterone therapy can truly change your life. Your initial appointment is only $99 with results in minutes. Call today, 615-208-9090, or go to TennesseeMen'sClinic.com. Visit our website to learn more, including side effects, treatments extra, results vary.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
I love this show.
Never miss a moment of the show.
Okay, all right, okay.
Subscribe to the Chase, Willie, and D-Mace podcast on iTunes, Spotify, and wherever you get your podcasts.
I'm ready to step this up a notch.
You're listening to Chase, Willie, and D-Mace on 102.5 and 106.3 The Game and on the Game Nashville app.
Mike, you've been complimentary of the camp Ryan has had to this point. What have you liked about what you've seen out of him?
I think he's been accurate. I think he's been decisive. I think he's had command of what we're trying to do. I think his leadership has been really good.
Is that a change from the past in any way? Has he amped up anything?
Well, we're just focused on this year, Gentry, and how we did this camp and what we're going to do today and what we're going to do this season.
Mike Vrabel, yesterday, typical coach speak. We're focused on the future, not the past.
Which means, I guarantee you, if you replayed the beginning of last season, it's basically close to what he said this season.
Of course.
I mean, which means nothing's changed.
Nothing has changed.
Yeah.
Chase, Willie, and D. Mace, 102.5, 106.3 The Game. Chase and Mace here right now, and Willie will be along here in just a little bit. But I do kind of wonder, and there are times where Vrabel is very easy to read, and then there's times where he's hard to read. And I think that he and Tannehill have a good relationship. I don't doubt that at all. I do believe there was a conversation over the offseason between the two of like, hey, man, I need you to take it up a notch, from a leadership standpoint, from a ownership standpoint. You're the quarterback of this football team. And what I've seen in training camp, I think Tannehill's done that. I think he has, and Mike just said it right there. I mean, he's had command. He's been accurate. Like, I think he has definitely stepped it up, when it comes to being the quarterback of this Titans football team. But Vrabel would always kind of make comments on Mariota that you could read between the lines and know that, okay, Mariota's not doing everything that he wants him to do. and that he's not the true, Marcus was very quiet. He didn't command a huddle, things like that. And, obviously Mike spent most of his career with a quarterback that did all of those things. And not everybody's Brady. But I do kind of wonder sometimes what that dynamic is like between the head coach and the quarterback of this team.
I mean, you have to, and this is why it's so tough, I believe, for great players that were great at, whether it be, Michael Jordan, Tiger Woods, Peyton Manning, Tom Brady, Jerry Rice, those guys that, and I can name 100 more people that were great at their specific thing. That's why it's so hard for them to coach, because, they look at things through a lens that the people that they're coaching may not be looking through. They're looking at it through a lens of what I had to do to get to a point of my greatness. And a lot of people don't look at life or sports through that same lens. So I'm sure Vrabel had to sort of taper, because he had been around Tom Brady so long, and he understood how Tom Brady saw things, and ultimately it ends up in Tom Brady's greatness. Well, you can't expect that of Ryan Tannehill. You may want it, but he's never showed you. And this is it's no knock on Ryan Tannehill, because Ryan Tannehill has done a really good job since he's become the Tennessee Titans quarterback at elevating this team and being a stable leader for this team at the quarterback position. And he's had some really, really good games, and he's had a few games that you just wish you could take back. But he doesn't see it and approach it the way Tom Brady does. Not many do.
Yeah.
And I think Vrabel had to figure that out and had to sort of, gauge and steer the team the way Tannehill sees it and how he approaches it. So, he's doing exactly Ryan's doing exactly what coach wants him to do. And I think their relationship is great. I think they both understand one another, and they both have the same goal. And that goal is to, get much further than they did the previous year. Not only to win the division, but to win the conference and to find yourself representing the AFC in the Super Bowl. That's ultimately what Ryan wants, and that's what Vrabel wants.
615-737-1025. David in Arkansas says, we can't dwell on the past. It's a new season with new opportunities. We have to give him a chance to have a rebound year. He led us to the playoffs the last 3 years with one AFC championship appearance. I think the guy deserves a down year with a chance of a rebound. I think that's a fair assessment, David, but I do wonder how do the majority of the fan base feel about that, because the NFL stands for not for long, and I think that enough time has gone by now where a majority of the fans are going, yeah, he led us to the AFC championship game. They took Henry, basically the Chiefs did a good job of taking Henry out of the game. it went on the shoulders of Tannehill, and he couldn't get it done. And the other times that has happened where the game has had to be in the hands of Ryan Tannehill, he's come up short.
Yeah, you can't, and I agree with with our texter. Continue to text, please, to give us your thoughts on the Titans and whatever else we're talking about. But he's right. You can't dwell on it, but you can't forget it either. You can't forget what happened that put you in a position that you are no longer in the playoffs. You don't dwell on it, but you don't forget it because you want to make sure you don't repeat those same things again. So, yes, you're right. Don't dwell on it. We don't want you to dwell on it, but also don't forget what happened because it should fuel you as you move further. It should fuel you for the next season. So, I think Ryan will be okay. But now, for so long, well, not for so long, for the last 2 seasons, our main concern was who? Ryan Tannehill. Ryan, just don't do this. Ryan, just don't do that. You got enough people around you. Just don't make that mistake or whatever it is because you got enough playmakers. Well, to me, it's a flip now. I'm not worried about Ryan Tannehill. I'm worried about the people around him.
Right.
Because it's one of those situations where you need to take advantage of an opportunity when you have it, when it's presented to you in its best form. Take advantage of it because it may not be presented in that same form the next following season. Hence, this season is not presented because you don't have your number 1 wide receiver. The offensive line is sort of in flux. People are questioning Derrick Henry. You lost Harold Landry for the season. Your cornerback situation is a question mark because of the experience. So your opportunity, you should have took advantage of it last year. Now this year, I'm not worried about Tannehill, but I'm worried about everybody else around him.
Yeah, and then that's it. That goes back to the narrative of you got to have the right supporting cast around Ryan Tannehill, and the question is going to be answered eventually. Does he have the right supporting cast around him to be able to get this team to where it needs to go?
Yeah, well, we will see in 3 days. What is it, 3 days? Yeah, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. Yep, 3 days. We will see if indeed, all of the off-season moves and the camp situations and the loss of Harold Landry, we will see now come Sunday how it all plays out. Again, one game don't make a season, but one game will show whether this Tennessee Titans team has gotten better in certain areas, or do they need to continue to evaluate their roster and possibly add people.
So Outkick 360, Jonathan Hutton joins us every Wednesday at noon here on the show, and you can hear them 2 to 5 weekdays on 94.9 The Fan. They Hut sent me this morning. They did their NFL awards watch predictions for players for the MVP and Offensive Player of the Year and everything yesterday. And MVP, they have Josh Allen, which I don't think is any surprise there. But also consider Justin Herbert and Lamar Jackson. Offensive Player of the Year, they list Derrick Henry. That they think that Derrick Henry is going to bounce back, be used just as much as he has been before the injury, and come back and win Offensive Player of the Year.
I don't doubt that it wouldn't happen. Again, this is a guy that went from 1,500 yards to 2,000 yards, and after like 6 games, he had 900 yards. I mean, who does that? So he was well on his way to break Barry Sanders' record of rushing yards for a single season. So I'm not surprised that they have him as Offensive Player of the Year. It can't be Comeback Player of the Year because he played a portion of the season. So I don't know.
I still think he could be up for that.
I don't know how do you have to miss the whole season? Do you have to miss?
No, because I think it could even be. It's not even missing the season. Like you could just have a down year.
Well, did he have a down year in a sense?
Because he missed.
Because he missed, yeah. But he really wasn't having a down year. He was having a historic year.
Yeah.
And, he gets hurt. So, he can possibly, win Offensive Player of the Year and Comeback Player of the Year. So
coming up next, the path to the Super Bowl for all 32 teams. It's an article by Bill Barnwell of ESPN. Where does he have the Titans in that, and how can they get there? We'll discuss that coming up next. Chase, Willie, and D-Mace, 102.5, 106.3, The Game.
Hey, Preds fans.
Sliding across to make the save is Sarah.
You can now hear Nashville's best sports talk.
The backhander, he scores!
And every Predators game on 106.3 FM.
Oh, that was a thing of beauty.
From downtown Nashville to Rutherford and Williamson counties.
Duchesne with the overtime winner.
Catch all the action on 102.5 and 106.3 The Game.
Hey, it's Jared from my official sportsbook app, the FanDuel Sportsbook app. Kick off week 1 with FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. Join today to get started with $150 in free bets guaranteed when you place your first $5 bet. Just sign up with the promo code JGM to get in on all the action. Then you can turn game day into payday all season long. Tons of great bets to make for week 1, and I think right now everybody feels pretty good about the Titans against the Giants. You can even combine your bets for a chance at a bigger payout with the same game parlay. Don't fumble your chance to get $150 in free bets, win or lose, with the promo code JGM, and make every moment more with FanDuel, an official sports book partner of the National Football League. 21 and older and present in Tennessee. First online real money wager only. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable free bets that expire 14 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call the Tennessee Red Line 1-800-889-9789.
Hey, Willie Donick here. Are you feeling the sting of higher interest rates and higher costs? Those credit cards and other loans are costing more and more every month, and inflation is making everything else more expensive. Your home can save you right now. Your home value is up, and there's a ton of cash in it that you can access with Loan Pronto. Loan Pronto specializes in zero-cost cash-out home refis. You can get tens of thousands in as little as 2 weeks. Pay off those 23% rate credit cards and other loans. Consolidate everything into one super low payment. People who do this usually cut $800 or more from their monthly budget. If your home mortgage rate goes up a point or so, it's offset by your credit card rate going to zero. So call Loan Pronto now and unlock that equity and wipe out the bad debt. Do it now. You can even skip your next 2 house payments. Call 615-499-5780 or go to loanpronto.com. That's 615-499-5780. Equal housing lender, NMLS 166-1781, subject to lender approval.
Jewelry business, it's in my blood. I've been doing it all my life, and it's my passion.
Meet Daniel Sabalas, a third-generation jeweler at Genesis Diamonds.
This line of work, it's all about honesty and trust. It's about building relationships.
And that's what drew Daniel to Genesis, where it's all about education, transparency, and respect for each customer.
It's based on a family business mentality, and that's how we are. We're here to educate, to guide you, and we make it very easy. So we really go out of our way to educate customers in the right way. There's no stress level, there's no tension. The customer can feel that.
All this while providing the guaranteed best value price.
I've never seen a company that has the best price like this that I've seen anywhere. We are a powerhouse of diamonds.
Genesis Diamonds. No commission salespeople, no pricing games, no risk, no pressure, no cutting corners.
Genesis Diamonds is going to give you the best price, best quality, guaranteed, no matter what.
Genesis Diamonds, Green Hills and Cool Springs.
It's grillin' and chillin' season, and Hiller is giving away backyard freebies all September. This month, when you upgrade to a new tankless water heater, we'll give you a free Yeti Tundra cooler, or get a free Traeger grill with any new whole home generator. And we're offering special zero interruptible for the service is free.
Call the Happy Face Truck today.
Join us for the Friday edition of Robbie and Rex Road. Teron Davenport joins the show at 8 o'clock, looking ahead to the Titans and Giants. Big games for the Vols and the Doors this weekend as well. We'll cover it all starting at 6 a.m. here on 102.5, 106.3 The Game.
Hey, Nashville, this is David Poyle. You're listening to Nashville's best sports talk, 102.5 The Game.
Chase, Willie, and D-Mace, 102.5, 106.3 The Game. Chase McCabe, Derek Mason with you today. Willie will be along just a little bit. Coming up at 11, Titans legend, CJ2K, Chris Johnson going to join us Hopefully he's not mad at Derek anymore about 2008, but you never know. that could certainly come up.
Hey, it wasn't me that did put him out the game.
You had a touchdown in that game, though.
Yeah, but I didn't put him out the game, even though I think I feel we still would have won anyway. You know, it's just
who did hurt him? Was that
I don't
Ray?
know. I have no idea.
I can see Ray in there twisting on an ankle.
You know, we had a good job, and that defense had a good job with. Yeah, you may do a lot during the first half, but we make some adjustments. And then the second half looks totally different from the first half, and that's what we were banking on. So.
See, I disagree with you. I think if Chris Johnson's available the rest of that game, y'all lose.
And no, because I still would have caught the touchdown. So it didn't make any difference.
Boom roasted.
And, you know, there still would have been the other fumbles that the Titans had. So there you go.
Well, maybe. You don't know. I don't know that.
Yeah.
Just look, we'll never know.
Exactly.
We'll never know.
One thing we do know is he will be on the show today.
He will. Looking forward to that. So Bill Barnwell has his he does this every year, I think, that how all 32 NFL teams can win the Super Bowl. And he basically gives the path for everybody and has a ranking. The Bears are 32nd with a 0.5% chance in his mind to win the Super Bowl. So where does he have the Titans? 22nd on the list are the Tennessee Titans, and of course my phone decided to skip out on me, which is never good for live radio. But he does have the Titans at 22nd, which I don't think that is really all that crazy, Derek, that he has him at that point, because it goes with the whole narrative of where they are. And how people view them right now.
Yeah, and it's just and I understand why, in a sense, why they view them that way, because on the flip side, and we could talk about this too, they have Indianapolis, I think, is it 12th or 19th, somewhere around there. I think it maybe.
Yeah, so, I mean, just to kind of give it to you real quick,
yeah.
It's Chicago, then Houston, the Jets. Those are at the bottom. Nobody's really surprised. He's got Jacksonville 28, Pittsburgh 27, then you get to Detroit, Carolina, Seattle. The Giants are 23rd. The Titans are 22nd, which I find that to be interesting. He has chances to win the Super Bowl for the Titans, 2%. Chance to make the playoffs, 42.4%. Just a couple quotes. I was pessimistic about the Titans last season, and until a postseason upset by the Bengals, they exceeded my expectations. Losing edge rusher Harold Landry to a torn ACL hurts, but it's not difficult to imagine a scenario in which the Tennessee competes for a Super Bowl. Among the things that will need to happen, running back Derrick Henry returns to form after a frustrating 2021. He got hurt. Rookie wideout Treylon Burks steps in for the departed A.J. Brown, and 2021 free agent addition Bud Dupree steps up in Landry's absence. The Titans seem to have one or two young players level up each season. This year it could be cornerback Caleb Farley and linebacker David Long. You agree with that it's those two?
I'm not in agreement. And again, you know, I could be completely wrong. I don't understand what has he seen in Caleb Farley that we haven't seen that makes him believe that Caleb Farley will, you know, level up in a sense. He's not, based upon the depth chart, he's not even a starter. But you don't have to be a starter to, you know, raise your play. He can be the backup, the third corner. A very important piece in today's NFL is that third corner. It's sort of like your starter in a sense, because a lot of teams play three wides and they love to flex the tight end out. And, you know, a lot of teams just don't have, you know, linebackers that can cover, you know, the elite tight ends, whether it's Andrews or whoever else you want to throw out there. Typically they try to use a bigger cornerback, and Caleb Farley will fit that sort of description very well, being 6'2", you know, 200 pounds and can run. But I haven't seen enough in him during camp to make me believe that he will be the guy that, you know, that will level up and play a significant role in regards to him being one of the marquee players on that defense. It can happen, but it's still a lot he needs to learn. David Long, this could be a year David Long steps up, play extremely well. Yeah,
I think this will be a year
especially
where he steps up.
I think with Harold Landry out, even though they don't play the same position, I think this gives him an opportunity now to really display, his ability to play that inside linebacker position. And they may let him, move around a little bit. You never know. But he's more of a 3-down linebacker. He can cover, backs out the backfield, but also he's good he's good in the run. So he doesn't have to come off the field. But it's going to take more than Caleb Farley and David Long to step up. I think on offense, Traylon Burke has to show that he can be a viable piece in his offense. Kyle Phillips has to show up because he's going to be the 3rd down guy. He and the tight end Hooker, right? Yeah. I don't know why I'm thinking of the safety Hooper. Yeah, I'm thinking of Hooper. Yeah. He's going to have to step up as well because Ryan is going to need those intermediate guys to play a key role. For him. Yeah, they're going to have to play a key role in what they do as far as moving the chain. So I think if this offense is going to do anything besides Derrick Henry, obviously Traylon Burks, but Hooper and Kyle Phillips have to be an important piece to that.
Yeah, I'd love to see if there's a stat somewhere that shows you how many times in his career Ryan Tannehill has thrown to a tight end, because I would imagine it's more than anything. Because I just and some quarterbacks are that way. They're just that's their go-to. Not that he doesn't make plays elsewhere, but I think for him to be successful and the offense to be successful, you have to have a viable option at tight end. He had that with Jonnu Smith when he first started here. In Miami, he had Fasano for a while, and then Fasano came here.
Yeah, I was trying to look it up who were his tight ends when he was there. He had, beside Fasano, there was someone else there.
He had another one.
Yeah, so let me see.
But, I mean, you played in offenses where, you had a good tight end. I mean, you had Frankie for a long time here. That we obviously know what he did, and that position has changed so much even since those days. And then who'd you have in Baltimore? Who's there forever?
Todd Heap.
Yeah.
Todd Heap was there forever. So and I'm only going back to 2013. He had Charles Clay, who had 103 targets for 759 yards and 6 touchdowns. He led the team in touchdowns.
Yep.
So that was a viable option for him. 2014, who was it? It was, again, 84 targets, 605 yards. Now, that was the year that Mike Wallace sort of broke out in Miami. He had a good season in Pittsburgh, but that was his breakout year in Miami. But Charles Clay was still a guy that Ryan Tannehill looked to a lot. So, if he has guys on the outside, he's going to obviously look for them. But if he has that trust in that tight end, I think that makes his job a lot easier in regards to the passing game.
No doubt. 615-737-1025. Coming up next, we'll tell you where the Colts are in this ranking and their chances of winning the Super Bowl according to Bill Barnwell. We'll do that coming up next. But first, D-Mace is going to tell us about BetUS.
Yes, I am. Attention sports fans. I know y'all are out there. Y'all listening to this show. I know y'all are because y'all call in and y'all text us. Your favorite sports book, BetUS.com, is back for their 28th year of NFL action with the industry's biggest sign-up bonus of up to 200%. BetUS offers their members the opportunity to cash in on all your favorite sports, including MLB. How those Braves doing, Chase?
Well, they won yesterday.
There we go. So if you bet on the Braves, there you go. NBA and the NFL and more. They've got also hundreds of new casinos, including the coolest European slots, and their live dealers are waiting for you at the tables. You need a sport book with integrity and longevity. You need to know that you will get paid, don't we all? You need a sport book that offers everything, including live betting, MMA, golf, horse racing, esports, and all kinds of crazy bets. Call today at 1-800-79-BET-US. That's 1-800-79-BET-US, and they will walk you through setting up your account. Nobody in the industry gives better bonuses than BetUS. Join now, mention 1025, and you can get up to 200% in bonuses on your first deposit. Nobody beats that. Head to BetUS.com and join today. That's BetUS, where the games begin.
Silly Underdog Picks is back. Get your friends and sign up today at thegamenashville.com. Pick the 3 football underdog teams each week you think will win for a chance to win weekly prizes. Like a pair of tickets to a sporting event or to a concert in Nashville. Oh, yeah! Go to thegamenashville.com or the Game Nashville app and sign up and play now. Then tune in every Thursday at noon for our expert picks. Silly Underdogs is presented by Volunteer Hose and Gasket.
From the Fox 17 News Code Red Weather Center.
I'm Fox 17 Code Red meteorologist Greg Bobus. A nice day ahead of us. Morning, no fog, no rain. Temperatures in the 60s. This afternoon, middle 80s for high temperatures, low humidity. Loaded with sunshine, will stay rain-free until the second half of your Friday.
Brought to you by Hiller Plumbing, Heating, Cooling, and Electrical.
Tired of living with chronic joint pain from arthritis or injury? Stop with the steroids and pain meds and don't have surgery until you check out regenerative medicine at QC Kinetics.
These therapies can help the body have long-term relief of your pain.
Meet Dr. Justin Garzone, Medical Director at QC Kinetics.
We use your body's own healing properties, highly concentrate them, and then use that to restore and repair the damaged tissues in your joints.
This is a cutting-edge natural solution from local medical professionals.
We have a team of medical assistants, physician assistants, nurse practitioners, and physicians that are trained specifically just to do regenerative medicine.
And Dr. Garzone speaks from personal experience. Before joining the QC Kinetics team, he was an actual patient.
I am now pain-free.
You too can get lasting relief from joint pain. Call QC Kinetics now for your free consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 615-249-4024. That's 615-249-4024. 615-249-4024.
Golfers, tee it up this fall at Edwin Watts Golf Shops for big savings. Save up to $150 off on Ping G425 woods. Upgrade your gear with discounted Wilson stand and cart golf bags. And stock up on tailor-made Distance Plus golf balls, now 2 dozen for $35. Don't miss these items and more happening now at Edwin Watts Golf Shops and get a free custom fitting today. Edwin Watts Golf Shops, home of the 90-day satisfaction guarantee, or shop us online at worldwidegolfshops.com.
Robbie Stanley.
They get a lead in that game and just totally close the door.
Joe Rexroad.
If he plays next year, it's disastrous.
Robbie and Rexroad. Mornings from 6 to 10 on Nashville's best sports talk.
ESPN
102.5 and 106.3 The Game, and on the Game Nashville app. This is Chase, Willie, and D-Mace on 102.5 and 106.3 The Game, and on the Game Nashville app.
Chase, Willie, and D-Mace, 102.5, 106.3 The Game. Chris Johnson coming up in about 15 minutes. Going to enjoy talking to him. We'll also have a chance for you to win tickets to see Luke Combs at Nissan Stadium. Little NASCAR news coming out today, D-Mace, and I know I'm the only one that really cares about this, but NASCAR announcing that North Wilkesboro Speedway that has been revived. It was closed for 20-something years. It will host the 2023 NASCAR Cup Series All-Star Race, which I think is so cool that that is going to happen. But Dale Jr.'s been involved in that. Marcus Smith, the owner of Speedway Motorsports, they have revived it, doing a lot of work to it. They hosted a bunch of late model races here recently. So the Cup Series will go there for the first time since 1996. Very, very cool that is going to happen. All right, discussing Bill Barnwell's article, The Path to the Super Bowl for All 32 Teams. He has a ranking. Where does he have the Indianapolis Colts, Derek?
At number 10.
Yes. 3.9% chance to win it. 61.2% chance to make the playoffs. Once again, everybody's in love with Matty Ice going to Indianapolis and loving the Colts.
Yeah, they are. He put that as, obviously one of his reasons. He said the Colts have sort of the upside needed to possess serious Super Bowl hopes with Matt Ryan at quarterback. Then he went on to talk a little bit about Joe Flacco and that run that Joe Flacco made in winning the Super Bowl in 2012, the run he went on. But then also he cited that adding Stephon Gilmore, who at one point was the best corner in the National Football League, he's maybe 3 years removed from that title. Then Yannick Ngakoue, obviously edge rusher. And then he talked about some young players on that defensive line that he feels needs to step up. But it all goes back to Matt Ryan and Jonathan Taylor, he feels. So along with Stephon Gilmore and those veteran guys that he brought over in Indianapolis, he believed that he's given them a slight favorite over the Titans, one, to win the division, and then two, to make it to the Super Bowl, even though, the chances of Indianapolis making it to the Super Bowl is 3.9 and the Titans is 2 point something. So that's not far off from one another. But the AFC is just so stacked this year that even if you do win the AFC South, they believe your chances of making this Super Bowl is very slim.
Yeah,
I just can't. Even with, and I like Matt Ryan, but to me, Matt Ryan and Ryan Tannehill is almost it's almost a wash. The only reason it's not because I go back to the MVP year of Matt Ryan and him leading his team to the Super Bowl, and it wasn't necessarily his fault that they lost. You blame it on the offensive coordinator. They should have ran the ball instead of trying to pass the ball. But yes, he is a slight upgrade to Ryan Tannehill because of those specific things that I spoke on. But beside that, this team is just evenly matched. They're a mirror image of one another, I believe.
Yeah, I mean, they both have strong defenses. They both have some questions on the offensive line, even though theirs is more just the left tackle and replacing that. They both have the top two running backs in the league. Now, I think Indy has questions at receiver, just like the Titans do. But I think the Titans, you would take that receiver core, even though it's young and you have some unproven guys. I like what I've seen more about the Titans receiving core than I do Indianapolis. I just think the big thing for everybody else is that Matt Ryan, you say Matt Ryan's a slight upgrade over Ryan Tannehill. He's a huge upgrade over Carson Wentz. And that I think is what is really driving a lot of this.
Yeah, you may be.
Even at his age.
Yeah, you may be right on that one. I'm not saying you're wrong. I think if Carson Wentz was still in Indianapolis, I think the Titans would be favored to win the AFC South.
No doubt.
But now that he's not, and it's ironic, he goes to Washington, and Washington is still, in regards to, the probability of them winning their division, or it's still the same. He hasn't. I don't think he's upgraded Washington that significantly, that many are, sliding their chips to the, Washington Commanders. But I'm looking at Indianapolis because you brought up, as far as the wide receiver core, would you take the Titans wide receiver core over Indy's wide receiver core? Now, I would take the Titans wide receiver core if I knew that Robert Woods was completely healthy, because I think his veteran leadership, his ability to know the game and understand it, him coming from a championship organization in the Rams, but that's not the case. He's not fully healthy, and we don't know if he's fully healthy just yet. We don't know if he will be back to the same Robert Woods that we saw before the injury. But I look at Indy's, receivers, and they're young and they're fast, and Pittman has shown he's a player in this league. But they have the speed to stretch the field. The Titans haven't shown that yet. We think they do with Racey McMath, but he's on IR.
Right.
We hope that Josh Gordon, picks up the playbook fast enough that he could be that deep threat that the Titans do need. But as of now, the Titans have no one that can stretch the field vertically. And we talked about it yesterday. It's not all about vertical stretching, but you do need to have a guy that can present that problem to defense. And right now, the Titans don't have it.
The rest of the top 10, according to Bill Barnwell, so he has Indy at 10th. I'm just going to name these real quick, and you tell me if you agree or disagree for their spot.
Okay.
Number 9, Denver Broncos, chance to win Super Bowl, 4.2%. Chance to make the playoffs, 55.5%.
Everybody's high on them.
Russ, baby.
Yes, but let me see something. I'm putting the Raiders before the Broncos in that spot.
All right. Cardinals are at 8, 4.2% to win it, 53.9% to make the playoffs.
They don't even have their best receiver for the first 6 or 7 games.
Yep.
So, I mean,
and Kyler's playing video games.
You don't know if he's going to get hurt, dinged up, or
what.
Well,
is he looking at the playbook?
Exactly.
Is he studying?
Is he playing, whatever the video games are that are out now, 2K or whatever it is. Is he playing that, or does he have his head in the playbook?
7, Tampa Bay, 4.7% to win it, 59.4% to make the playoffs.
Well, Tampa has problems, offensive line, receivers, but they have Tom Brady. So there you go.
But he's 45 years old. He's got a bunch of stuff going on.
I'm not betting against Tom Brady. I'm not. We've done it too long.
He's got stuff going on.
I know he does, but until he proves me otherwise.
Yeah, watch. Everybody's doing that. Oh, is he distracted? Oh, is it a mistake to come back? He's going to go out and win the MVP.
So I'm betting on Tom Brady. So
number 6, the Dallas Cowboys.
Every year, this is y'all
chance
year
to win it. 70.2% to make the playoffs.
Chase, every year it's the Cowboys' year. Every year, no matter what, no matter who's at quarterback, who's coaching, this is the year.
No, see how this works is right now. This is our year. By October, well, you know what? Next year is our year. That's how that works.
I don't blame. I don't see anything wrong with the Cowboys being in that position, because if you look across the board, they have playmakers everywhere in the secondary, at the linebacker position, defensive end, receiver, running back, quarterback. They have it, So
Dak has to be Dak, though.
Yeah, and then they have to stay healthy.
They got to stay healthy, and even then, I think you got to get a run game going, whether it's Zeke or Pollard, whoever it is. But you got to get a run game going. All right, number 5, the San Diego Superchargers of Los Angeles, 5.9% chance to win the Super Bowl, 60.6% chance to make the playoffs. A lot of people drinking the Kool-Aid for the Chargers.
Oh yeah. I don't see anything wrong with the spot he has them in at 5, because if I bumped Denver out to put the Raiders at 9, then the Chargers at 5 is good for me.
Chiefs at 4, 5.9% chance to win it, 54.6% chance to make the playoffs. No argument there. The Chiefs are the Chiefs.
Yeah, they are. And until you dethrone them, it's just like Tom Brady. Until he shows me that he's declining, he's not declining. So until you beat the Chiefs, then they are still the Kings.
Number 3, the Green Bay Packers, 6.2% chance to win it, 70.7% chance to make the playoffs.
Well, I guess as long as you got Aaron Rodgers underneath center, you got an opportunity, even though he finds a way to not play his best, or the team not play its best in the playoffs.
Yep. 2, the Rams, the defending champs, 6.6% chance to win it, 65.8% chance to make the playoffs. Not much of an argument there.
No, not really. But it all depends on, the quarterback, the Stafford, the quarterback. And again, are they too full off of the hog that
the
they're
hangover.
eating. Exactly. Do they have that Super Bowl hangover?
And finally, number 1, the Buffalo Bills, 6.9% chance to win it, 74.8% chance to make the playoffs. Kind of the consensus pick to win it all.
I wouldn't argue obviously I'm not going to argue with Buffalo being number 1. I wouldn't argue if the Rams were number 1, if Kansas City was number 1, or the Chargers, because they all have a team. They feel, each one of these teams, they have a team that is good enough to not just get to the Super Bowl, but to win the Super Bowl.
Yeah, well, all 32 teams
think
that right now.
All 32 teams.
Even the Bears are like, wait, what? We're not any good. Come on now.
Did you see our roster? Come on. Did you see who we named captain? Come on now.
Coming up next, he has a new podcast with somebody he spent a lot of time with here in Nashville. Chris Johnson, CJ2K, joins the show next. 102.5, 106.3, The Game.
Stuck at work without a radio?
Wait a minute. Disastrous.
I hate that.
It's got to be there.
That's okay. Download the Game Nashville app or go to theGameNashville.com and listen live. We are Nashville's best sports talk, 102.5 and 106.3, The Game.
ElectronicExpress.com. We make it happen.
Winning this award is truly like winning the Super Bowl of car dealer awards for Mercedes-Benz.
Edwin Vickery, General Manager of Mercedes-Benz of Music City.
Culture eats strategy for lunch. You have to hit on all cylinders to win this award. You can strategize all you want. You got to still have the right tools, and our tools are our people.
Live the dream with 3-time Mercedes-Benz Best of the Best award winner, Mercedes-Benz of Music City. Go to mbofmc.com.
Kenny Mayne here with this declaration for new Caesar Sportsbook app users from Caesar. Your first bet's on us, is what Caesar told me to say. That means if you don't win, you get up to $1,250 back as a free bet. Download the Caesar Sportsbook app and sign up with the code RADIOFULL.
Open to new users in Tennessee who are 21 or older. Qualifying bet loses. Bet amount returned as a credit. Must use within 14 days. See Caesar.com/promos for full terms. Gambling problem? Call or text the Tennessee Red Line at 1-800-889-9789.
The Parker Store at 1909 Nolensville Road in Nashville is the Parker Factory Authorized Store for your Parker hydraulic, pneumatic, water, and chemical hose needs. They stock metric tubing and hose connections to 42 millimeters in size, and they'll fabricate while you wait up to 6,000 PSI hydraulic hoses in a 2-inch size. Call the Parker Store at 615-248-8245 for all the Parker requirements you have. The Parker Store, 1909 Nolensville Road.
Hey, it's Jared. Are you looking to move? If so, do yourself a favor and reach out to my friends at TriStar Moving. You can be assured your move will be stress-free because they've got new utility vans to help with pack jobs to separate your high-value or fragile items from the bulk of your furniture, and their movers are carefully picked and highly trained. No one in the game is doing this. TriStar Moving is raising the standard in the moving industry. When you're ready to move, give them a call. TriStar Moving, 615-640-1219, or online at nationalmoving.org/radio, and tell them Jared Stillman referred you for 10% off. That's TriStar Moving.
Harman Energy is now hiring drivers for their Nashville team. Harman Energy is Tennessee's petroleum solution for major industries. Right now, they're offering competitive compensation. Fuel tank wagon drivers start at $26 an hour. Fuel transport drivers, $29 an hour. Plus, there's a $4,000 sign-on bonus for CDL drivers. Top quality benefits and a great place to work, Harman Energy employees provide totally outrageous customer service. Come be an employee owner with the Harman team. Apply now at HarmanEnergy.com.
From the Hillside Medical Game Studios, WPRT FM Pegram, WPUC HD2 Laverne, broadcasting on Alexa.
I appreciate that.
And other smart speakers, 102.5 and 106.3.
Terang, it's a high fly ball.
We got pass rushers.
Awesome game. Separate flag in the air.
The Game.
A Cromwell Media Station.
Now let's see if we can bring them to life, all right?
Bringing you entertainment and informative sports talk during your workday.
Smart, funny, classy, and I like him a lot.
This is Chase, Willie, and D-Mace with Chase McCabe, Willie Donick,
Mason, touchdown, Tennessee.
and former NFL wide receiver Derek Mason on Nashville's best sports talk, 102.5 and 106.3 The Game, and on the Game Nashville app.
This is a new level of geek you got going on here.
11 o'clock hour, Chase, Willie, and D-Mace, 102.5, 106.3 The Game. Chase McCabe, Derek Mason here with you. Willie will be along in just a little bit, but excited about our next guest, his first appearance on our show as we get things going. And, you know, I'm sure 2008 is going to come up at some point in this interview, but we say hello to Titans legend, former running back Chris Johnson, CJ2K, on the line with us. Chris, how you doing?
I'm doing good. How you doing?
Doing fantastic. It's good to have you on. I know you have to be excited about reuniting with your buddy Lindale White, Smash and Dash, back together again. Your new show on Believe. How did that all come to be?
Oh, man, it was just crazy. Like, me and Lindale is around each other so much, right? And we always, like, it could be by anything. It could be about Checkers fries taste better than McDonald's fries or just anything. We always going back and forth on topics and stuff like that. And I'm like, when the whole podcast world came about and it just getting more popular and more popular, it's like, bro, we do this on an everyday basis. The only thing we're missing is the cameras and recording it and stuff like that. So I'm like, shoot, we already do this. Like, why not just, do us a podcast and, like, do us a show? So we agreed upon that, and then we actually, we went back and forth for probably, a month on trying to find a name because we didn't want to do Smash and Dash. We wanted to stay away from that because we wanted our podcast not to be solely about sports. We wanted to be about all type of topics going on in the world and stuff like that. And then I had put out a poll on Twitter, Instagram, and just word of mouth asking different people and stuff like that. And they kept coming back to Smash and Dash, Smash and Dash. So just like, man, this is what everybody wants, and we can't get away from it. So you know what? We just going to do the Smash and Dash or whatever. So did the Smash and Dash and, started recording and getting everything together and stuff like that. And the crazy thing about it, we speedballing. So, we just started recording this and that, and then we were like, wait a minute, dang, we haven't even done a photo shoot. We haven't done this and that. You know what I'm saying? So we learning as we go or whatever like that. So we recorded our first episode, then we had to go back, do a photo shoot and get a logo and all that different type of thing. And just everything is running smooth now. So now we just focus on recording and different things.
Yeah, Chris Johnson is with us, and look, you're learning now what it's like on this side of things. You were the guy that we always talk to, but now you're kind of learning the media biz side. But you mentioned the name Smash and Dash, and I remember when that name kind of first came to be, your rookie season, Lindale's here. And I kind of felt like then you guys kind of didn't necessarily want that to be it, but it just kind of took off. Can you remember how that name really came to be and just kind of took off and became a thing with Titans fans?
Well, I know we was coming in, he was the bigger back, I was the smaller back. We both, that year, we ran the ball so much. We two guys or whatever, I ran it all over the field. We get down to the goal line. He come in and, short yardage. He come in and get the touchdown in the end. And also sometimes games go in certain type of ways, and he is that guy. You go in there, he the big bruiser. He softened those guys up. So I think we was playing when we was playing Kansas City. We was playing Kansas City, and I think I had 170 yards. He had 150 yards. He broke a long one for an 80-yard touchdown. I think I had a 70-yard touchdown. Then we was in the media, and I don't know what made them do it this week, but for some reason the media. I think it was Robbie. He was like, y'all gonna do y'all press conference together today, or whatever, because we usually do it by ourselves. He said, y'all going to do it together today. So we did it together, and I don't remember which media guy it was, but he asked us a question. He's like, he asked us what our name is, like, being that we together or whatever, what's our name? Do we have a name for ourselves? Do we have a name for ourselves or whatever? And we was like, no, Lindell. Lindell was like, yeah, man, we smash and dash. And ever since then, that's what they was going by, smash and dash.
Talking to Titans, former Titans running back Chris Johnson, who's on with us. Believe.com is the site, BLEAV, and Smash and Dash is the show. Chris Johnson and Lindell White. You obviously rushed for over 2,000 yards in 2009. Derrick Henry has become the second Titans back to do that. 358 carries for you that year, and that's something that we talk about a lot with Derrick Henry of the wear and tear. He's such a big guy. He'll take a beating, but he carries the ball a lot. How much did you think about that in your career of the number of carries that you were getting, and when did you kind of start to feel that on your body?
Oh, man, while you're in it, you don't think about it. You just like, I'm the man, give me the ball, making plays like that. I don't care. Give me the ball. I want the ball or whatever. But, of course, everybody knows those type of carries, those type of touches, it wears on your body quicker than another back that's not getting as many carries or whatever like that. So it's crazy that you say that, because I remember after I rushed for 2,000 yards, I had an interview with Eddie George. And he was like, and we were just talking about it or whatever, about touches and stuff like that. And he was like, well, yeah, you done did 2,000 yards already. Like, maybe you don't want to do that again. Maybe, like, instead of getting all them carries, like, you come and do 1,000 yards rushing and 1,000 yards receiving. And I'm looking at him so crazy. Like, if you can I'm looking at him crazy. Like, what do you mean? Not get these carries and rush 2,000 yards again. Like, that's what I'm trying to do. But, like, at that time and being that young in the game, I couldn't even comprehend or understand where he was coming from. But now I understand it now. Like, instead of putting all that wear and tear on my body and I can prolong my career, like, I don't need to go in there and get 358 carries. Maybe I come in there and get 250 carries, 275 carries, and come and get 50, 60 receptions, knowing that the reception is not going to really take a toll on my body, because a lot of times when you're catching out of the backfield, you're not taking that pounding. You know what I'm saying? So I didn't understand it at that young of an age, but now when I go back and look at it and I think about what he was telling me, now it makes sense. So, like, for me looking at it now and me looking at Derrick Henry and knowing, like, within the last 3, maybe 4 years, the type of volume of carries that he's been getting and stuff like that, it wouldn't hurt for us to have a back in there to take some of that load off of him to prolong his career. Because, like, you look at it last year, he was getting those volumes of carries, and then, look, he ended up getting a season-ending injury. You know what I'm saying? It probably is, you know, the more times you run the ball and take those carries, that's the more chance of getting hurt. I don't care if it's a freak injury or whatever. You know what I'm saying? So, like, it would be good for us to have somebody to come in and take a lot of that load off of him.
We'll talk with Chris Johnson, 2009 NFL Offensive Player of the Year, the first Titans to eclipse over 2,000 yards in that 2009 season. It was a memorable season for him, and it was a memorable season for me watching him in Baltimore. But I'm luckily he didn't finish the whole game, but we're not going to go there just yet.
Yeah, man, y'all done hurt me, man.
I think Derrick conspired the whole thing, Chris.
Hey, I had nothing to do with it. I played the offensive side of the ball. I'm just watching as a fan from there, hoping they stop him. But no, Chris, your last year with the Titans with 13, you had already eclipsed 1,000 yards 6 seasons in a row. Obviously, you were their go-to guy on offense. How was that transition for you, leaving Tennessee after 6 really, really productive seasons and that great season in 2009, going to the Jets? How was that transition for you?
Man, that transition was probably one of the toughest things I think I had to deal with in my playing career, because, like, you know how we is as athletes. Like, I'm in Tennessee. I'm the guy. I want to play my whole career out as a Titan. There's no way that I would leave here. This is where I want to be. The fans love me. The city loves me. The team, like, everything. You know what I'm saying? So, like, when it came to a point where they wanted to part ways, it was like I was in disbelief. You know what I'm saying? Like, I was in disbelief. So it was like, damn, I got to start all over. Like, I got to move to a whole different city, whole new team, learn a whole new staff, like, playbook, everything. And it was like, you know, at some point, and then the crazy thing about it, because my last year when I went over 1,000, the second week 2 of that season, I tore my meniscus or whatever, right? So it was a chance. Like, they brought me in. They like, man, you can have surgery now. You'll miss probably 4 to 6 weeks, or you can tough it out and have surgery after the season. So I'm like, man, ain't no way I'm finna, if I got a chance to play, ain't no way I'm finna leave my team hanging and not play. Like, I'm finna play, I'm finna tough it out, play throughout the year on this torn meniscus or whatever. So I played the whole season. I played the whole season out. And then after the season, I had the surgery, and then that's when I was released. So I'm going into year 7 in a situation I've never been through. That's like I'm going to a new team, new city, new this, and I'm rehabbing from a surgery. So I'm not able to hit it hard like how I'm usually able to hit in the off season and get ready, because I'm rehabbing from a knee injury or whatever. So just going through that whole situation, ultimately getting over there to the Jets and playing that year out and stuff like that, it was a real tough transition. But, you know, I did what I had to do and made it work or whatever. But it was pretty tough, but I got through it.
Yeah, that's the hard part, as you know, Chris. It's like, okay, I got to have surgery. I need to have surgery at the end of the season. I can have it now. What do I do as a player? Can I play on it? If I can play, then I'm playing. And I don't want to leave my brothers out there, you know, to defend themselves without me. So, you know, I'm sure thinking about it now, you're like, man, maybe I should have done it. Maybe, maybe I should have had myself completely healthy.
Yeah, if I ain't going to lie now, if I can go back and redo it again, I would have had surgery right then, because that mindset that I was, and I say that because the mindset that I was in, like, this is my team forever. I'm blood, sweat, and tears. I'm do whatever for this team, whatever for this organization. And no, I'm not going to sit down when I go out there, and I know they depending on me. But if I go back and do it again, I would have that surgery, because that me having that mindset and me doing that, it kind of hurt me in the end, because after that season, they said that I lost a step, and they knew that I've been playing on the torn meniscus since week 2. Know what I'm saying? So if I would have sat there and had the surgery and got myself together and stuff like that, they couldn't say that I lost a step, and that's the reason why we're releasing you, or why you take a pay cut and all this, you know what I'm saying? But, like, the smart me going back looking at myself, like, I would tell a younger player, man, if you're in that situation, man, go have that surgery.
Now, quickly,
go have that surgery, make sure your body right.
Now, quickly, before we get you out of here, we'll talk with Chris Johnson. 2009 NFL Offensive Player of the year that he rushed over 2,000 yards. It was 2,006 yards and 14 touchdowns. And he averaged damn near 6 yards per carry, which he was at 5.6. How much do you think about that playoff game? You know, because every time it's talked about, it's, man, if CJ hadn't have got hurt, man, that was the year the Titans.
You're losing that game, Derek. If he doesn't get hurt,
hey, listen, I'm not. We won, so you can Chase. You can go back and
I'm with Chris.
Litigate it. You can go back and litigate it all you want, but we won. But Chris, do you ever like, man, that was our opportunity, and because I got hurt, it was no fault of yours, but because you got hurt, you know, you guys end up losing that game.
Yeah, I think about that all the time. Like, that was our Super Bowl, because you got to think, Pittsburgh won that Super Bowl that year, right?
Mm-hmm.
So the game that toward the end of that regular season, we played Pittsburgh and we whooped Pittsburgh. Then we had the first round bye and we came and played y'all. So when y'all beat us, y'all had to go and play Pittsburgh, correct?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah, y'all had to go. So we just had beat them. And then even in the game when we played y'all, even though I got hurt, we still fumbled the ball away two times in our red zone, and we only lost by 3 points. And then they didn't call the delay of game when Joe Flacco came out and threw you that deep ball that you caught late. That was a delay of game that they didn't call. So yeah, it hurts me because I know that was my Super Bowl, and if I wouldn't have got hurt, we would have won that game for sure.
Chris, I agree with you. I disagree with my co-host, and I will until the end of time. Hey, thanks so much. Thanks so much for doing this. Smash and Dash is the show. It's on Believe.com. I know you're 5 episodes in, you and Lindell White. Best of luck with it. And, hey, let's do this again soon. It's good to catch up.
Thanks for coming on, CJ.
Right, thank you.
Yep.
CJ2K, Chris Johnson joining us. Very, very cool stuff. And look, that was therapeutic for him.
Yes,
I'm
sure.
to do that. But coming up next, you'll hear from the current Titans running back, Derrick Henry, is going to address the media. You'll hear a little bit of that coming up next. Chase, Willie, and D-Mace, 102.5, 106.3, The Game.
At some point, it's a combination of who did you play and what does your skill set look like.
Get the best analysis of the big stories in the sports world with ESPN's Jason Fitz.
If you reach for a quarterback in the draft because you need one, you're going to set your franchise back 5 years.
Join Fitzy every Wednesday at 4:30. Presented by Blood Assurance. Jason Fitz.
I am 5'9.5"
on ESPN
102.5 and 106.3 The Game and the Game Nashville app.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
Need a new tractor, zero-turn mower, utility vehicle? Try it and buy it at Coleman Tractor of Nashville's Kubota Field Event, Thursday, September 15th at Nashville Gun Club during the Shooting Hunger Sporting Clays Fun Shoot at one of Coleman Tractor's biggest sales events of the year. Demo, subcompact, compact, utility tractors, and more. Ask about competitive financing offers. Get a coupon for up to $250 and enter to win an Orca cooler. Don't miss Coleman Tractor of Nashville's Kubota Field Event, 7:30 a.m. to 4 p.m. on September 15th at Nashville Gun Club during the Shooting Hunger Sporting Clays Fun Shoot.
College football season is here. Finally, it's me, Caroline Fenton, and you already know that I am pumped up for college football season. And Southeastern Carolines, you know that 312 Pizza Company is my favorite place in town. 312 Pizza Company is a family-owned restaurant located in the heart of Germantown, serving up authentic Chicago-style eats right here in Music City. You can catch every down of the college football season at 312 Pizza Company. From week 1 to the national championship, 312 Pizza Company is your home for college football season.
It's on. It's happening. Remember, you can watch us on YouTube, Facebook, Twitch, and Twitter.
Get out of the way. I'm watching the game.
Presented by the law offices of Amanda Gentry.
I'm ready to step this up a notch.
You're listening to Chase, Willie, and D-Mace on 102.5 and 106.3 The Game and on the Game Nashville app.
Chase, Willie, and D-Mace, 102.5, 106.3 The Game. We just heard from one Titans 2,000-yard rusher. Let's go hear from the other one, Derrick Henry, at the podium now.
Last year, is it nice to at least, or do you take his words as being completely truthful, or do you think he's trying to build you up a little bit before Sunday?
Yeah, he's trying to build me up and then go in the locker room and tell him to knock my head off. But no, it's always tough to go against him. I feel like he's great at what he does, and it's always hard days of work when you go against his defense. But I appreciate the words. But yeah, it's gonna be going to be a slugfest when we get to Sunday.
What's the feeling like there, I guess, at week one when you're out there for the anthem, know you're getting ready to kick off another season?
Yeah, I'll just, take it all in and, get ready into that ball to snap. But, yeah, I mean, it's all the feels on week one and, the first game. So, yeah, it'll be a lot of hype going on, but, just get ready and get settled in and get ready to play.
Derek, the NFL had a stat the other day. It said last year teams with a 100-plus rusher had a better winning percentage than a quarterback threw for 300 yards or a receiver who caught for 100 yards. Surprise you at all, or is that kind of a testament to what a running game can do?
So your running backs are important. Maybe important than a quarterback now at this point, but yeah, man, you've got a good run game, and you're able to control the line of scrimmage. That's always big, and I feel like it, gives you the momentum, throughout the game. If you pushing pals, getting tough yards, and then that leads to big ones. So anytime you got momentum in the run game, I feel like, usually it ends up good on your side of the ball.
This team's changed a lot since last year. A lot of new players on both sides of the ball. Just from what you've seen through camp, heading into week one, how do you like this team, and how good do you think it can be?
Yeah, it's been fun to watch, some of the new guys grow, some of the rookies, some of the guys that are new get acclimated to how we do things, and, to see it carry on into week one. And, like I said, we're still improving until Sunday comes, but it's going to be excited to watch the rookies and the new guys and see how well they play and us playing together on all three phases as a team.
Is there any carryover from season to season where it's like last year you didn't have the same amount of carries, obviously, with, the season being cut short for you? Do you feel fresher this year? Like, is there any carryover from that perspective?
I didn't get to finish the whole season, so I didn't get as much as carries I usually do in the season. And going through camp, I felt good. I did my regular plan, and coming to week one, so I feel good. So I'm just focused on what I can do this week to be ready for Sunday and not try to get too carried away with how many carries and all that. But I feel good, and I'm excited to be back.
At 28 years old, you're inching closer to that quote-unquote,
getting old
30-year-old cliff for running backs.
Yeah.
I talked to Adrian Peterson. He said, it's just a number, and he gets stronger with age. Is that something that you could reason to?
Yeah, I hope I can be like, him and Frank Gore. Those guys, played for a long time, and, they are like the pedestal as far as, like, running backs playing, more than they're expected, in the recent years. So if I can make it through just like those guys, but just focus on the right now. He's been a big role model for me, him and Frank, since I've been playing football. So, they set the standard high, so I hope I can live up to it.
What motivates you heading into a season? Do you pay attention to what people say about this team, what they say about you, what they say about your age? Do you listen to any of that?
I'm just hungry. There's always going to be he say, she say. That goes on every day, but I can't really worry about that. Just focus on what I need to do, and I'm hungry. I'm ready to go. It's week one. I want to get better, help my teammates get better, and just focus on Sunday.
When it comes to monitoring your workload, you've talked at length about how much just trust you have in the game plan that your coaches set for you. How long did it really take for you to build that trust with them, and how much more important is that trust, the game plan your coaches have for you this season, coming off of last year?
Yeah, we've been together going on 5 years now, so I think that they understand me and I understand them, and they know what works for me, and that's all that we can try to do, together as well. And then if it works, don't try to change anything, just keep sticking to it, but focus on getting better in every aspect that we can, and they coaching me up and make sure I'm ready to go on Sunday.
Derek, what are your thoughts of the running back on the other side? Saquon, is he a guy you've maybe had respect of? Someone you've say, hey, he's nice.
Yeah, my game's not like Saquon's game. I feel like he can do. I feel like he can do it all, and I think he's a generational talent. With this game, it comes injuries, and he's had some hiccups there. But everybody goes through adversity. The type of player Saquon is, I'm sure he'll bounce back. I hope it's not week one, but I wish him all the best, and be excited to see him after the game.
There you go, Titans running back, I almost said Chris Johnson, Derrick Henry at the podium. We just heard from two 2,000-yard rushers for the Tennessee Titans. Coming up next, we'll get a few minutes with Rashad Weaver, Titans linebacker, as they get ready to take on the New York Giants. That is all coming up on Chase, Willie, and D-Mace. But first, my go-to drink. It has been for a long time, Screwball Peanut Butter Whiskey. I love it so much, I like to take it as a shot chilled, but you can drink it on the rocks. You can have it as an espresso martini, a peanut butter old-fashioned, which is very good, by the way, a PB&J shot with a berry liqueur. Just go to screwballwhiskey.com, and you can find more recipes for it. But the reason that I like it, it's the most awarded peanut butter whiskey in the world. It's made with real whiskey, peanuts, and peanut butter, and Screwball is all natural flavored, and you can enjoy it any way you want. So when you're out and about this weekend watching some games, you're with your friends, say, I want a Screwball peanut butter whiskey, just like me, just like the suit. But also do like I do, and make sure when you enjoy Screwball peanut butter whiskey, you enjoy responsibly. Copyright 2022 Screwball Spirits, LLC, San Diego, California. Whiskey with natural flavors, 35% alcohol by volume.
This is Tanner Janot, and this is Smashville.
And now down the right wing side, Tanner Janot. His shot, he scored! Tanner Janot with the shot!
This is the flagship of the Nashville Predators Radio Network. ESPN 1025, The Game.
Hey, Robbie Stanley here, and the start of the NFL season is finally here, and the best place to practice your touchdown dance is on FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. FanDuel is kicking off Week 1 with a no-sweat bet for everybody. Doesn't matter if you're a new customer or already have an account, you'll get free bets back if you don't win. Just log in and see for yourself. I really like the Titans and their Week 1 matchup against the Giants. -5.5. Give me the Titans all day long on that, but you take it any way you want to take it. If you're new to FanDuel Sportsbook, just sign up with promo code ROB to get started. Once again, that promo code is ROB. Either way, you can celebrate the return of football season with a no-sweat bet during Week 1. Make every moment more with FanDuel, an official sports betting partner of the NFL, or build out a same-game parlay as well for a chance to win a bigger payout with a small bet. Whatever you do, make sure you do it on FanDuel Sportsbook. Must be 21 or older and present in Tennessee. Refund issued is non-withdrawable free bets that expire 14 days after receipt. A max refund of $5 unless otherwise specified. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Got a gambling problem? Call the Tennessee Red Line at 1-800-889-9789.
Labor Day is here, and that means huge savings in every department at Electronic Express. Get up to 40% off the latest 4K TVs from Samsung, LG, Sony, Hisense, TCL, and more. That's not all. Save big on laptops, speakers and headphones, smart home, and more. Up to 50% off all your appliance needs in stock and ready to deliver. Plus, get up to 36 months free financing. The Labor Day sales event is going on now at Electronic Express. We make it happen.
Hey, homeowners and home buyers, listen up. Loan Pronto has 30-year fixed rates with APRs in the 4s and 15-year loans with APRs that start with 3. Hey, it's Willie Donick. Don't be confused by the media's hype about interest rates. At Loan Pronto, their rates have plummeted recently, and they're currently refinancing homeowners who locked in a 5 or 6% rate. So if you've got a rate over 5%, or if your lender has you pre-approved or locked in at anything 5% or higher, you need to call Loan Pronto now. Not all lender rates are created equal. Loan Pronto's rates are down big time, and you need to take advantage, whether you're buying, refinancing, getting cash out, or even if you just closed a few weeks ago. Call Loan Pronto today, and you could save tens of thousands of dollars. Loan Pronto can help keep more money in your pocket. Loan Pronto, 615-499-5780. That's 615-499-5780 or loanpronto.com. Equal housing lender, NMLS 166-1781, subject to lender approval.
Tune in to ESPN 1025 The Game every Tuesday afternoon at 4:30 for ESPN's Trevor Maddich joining me, Jared Stillman, on Stillman & Company as we dive deep into the college football world and all the latest from the SEC. It's all brought to you by Houston Clinic Orthopedics, when experience matters.
It's football season, y'all, and Third and Home at Germantown is the place to watch all the action. Hang out on the patio or grab a spot on Saturday or Sunday in front of one of the giant video wall screens to watch your favorite team with drink specials, wing flavors of the week, burgers, and more. You want to be here.
Did he get it? He did. Touchdown, Vanderbilt. This is your home for Vanderbilt football. Saturday, the Commodores take on Wake Forest at First Bank Stadium on Vanderbilt's campus. Coverage begins at 9:30. Vanderbilt is on 93.3 Classic Hits and the Classic Hits app.
Hey, Nashville. This is Rick Stockstill, and you're listening to Nashville's best sports talk, 1025 The Game.
Chase, Willie, and D-Mace, 102.5, 106.3 The Game. Chase McCabe, Derek Mason here with you. We'll be joined by Rashad Weaver here in just a few minutes. Just heard from the Titans, and it will be just a couple minutes before he calls in. So we will talk to the second-year linebacker. But real quick, good to hear from Chris Johnson and Smash and Dash is the podcast, and then you heard from Derrick Henry. And, I've had this conversation with a few people because all the 2,000-yard rushers in the history of the NFL are in the Hall of Fame. I think Chris's numbers outside of that are impressive, outside of the 2,000-yard year, but I don't know if they're Hall of Fame worthy. He had under 10,000 yards in his career, and I know you can make the argument of, well, he's still a 2,000-yard rusher. That's a heck of a feat. You had he didn't play as long as maybe you thought he was going to, but he had 6 straight years over 1,000. And, as somebody that's kind of had this conversation about his own career, how do you view CJ2K when it comes to talking about Canton?
With running backs, it's almost sort of that quarterback issue that you can put up the numbers, but if you don't have a Super Bowl in your pocket or a few of them, then everybody's always saying, well, he's borderline, but they start really cherry picking your career. But if you have a Super Bowl, they're not cherry picking your career. They didn't cherry pick Terry Bradshaw careers. They didn't cherry pick Joe Namath's career. And those guys, if you put them in today's game and put their numbers up against the guys today, they wouldn't make the Hall of Fame.
Yeah.
But and because they won Super Bowls, then they're in.
I misspoke. Jamal Lewis is not in. I forgot about him.
Those are two, because you look at someone like Denver's running back,
Terrell
Davis. Terrell Davis has 6 seasons.
Yep.
He rushed over 2,000 yards, I think, twice, or came close to it the second time. But in that span of, I think he had a 4-year run where it was almost off the charts. He was the guy. But in that run, he had 2 Super Bowls.
Yeah. That
helped elevate John Elway's career, and that helped elevate his career. You can't put John Elway in the Hall of Fame and then don't put Terrell Davis in the Hall of Fame, because many think that it's because of Terrell Davis and that great defense that they ultimately won a Super Bowl, because John Elway had been John Elway for many years, but they never won a Super Bowl. But you give him a running back like Terrell Davis and sets that defense up, and he has some really good receivers as well. But many believe, too, that Terrell Davis is the reason why they end up winning that Super Bowl. So you look at Terrell Davis's career, he had less than 10,000 yards, but he's in the Hall of Fame. If CJ, if they win the Super Bowl in 2009, I think he's closer, if not, or closer to being in Canton than he is now.
Yeah.
I think he's always in the discussion of, is this the year that he make it to the finals of Hall of Fame inductees? Because his career, if you look at the yards per carry, touchdowns, I mean, based on what other running backs have done, he should be in.
Yeah. I mean, look,
but he's not.
Jamal Lewis is
that's
not
another
in.
guy that needs to be in. I mean, that's just me.
Yeah. I mean, there's an argument. Mm-hmm. Adrian Peterson's not eligible yet. He will be.
Oh, definitely.
He will get in. I mean, there's no doubt there. I think Derrick Henry's well on his way to get into that point.
Derrick needs to he needs to eclipse 10,000 yards. And the Titans need to go on another run.
Had he not gotten hurt last year, and even if he doesn't get 2,000 again, which I think he was going to, if he had gotten 2,000 again last year,
he's a lock. Yeah,
like it would have been done.
Yeah.
But he's about 200 yards away from 7,000 right now.
Mm-hmm.
So he could do that in the first couple of weeks and be at 7,000.
Yeah, but it all depends on whether he can, if he can add some more years to his career. If he can have 3 to 4 more productive years, meaning plus 1,000 yards, then the argument for Canton gets louder with him. But if he doesn't, because of the wear and tear and the injury last year and he's not back to what he once was, then I think he's further away from that conversation. But he was on his way. If he gets over, because he would have shattered Barry Sanders' record. He shatters Barry Sanders' record. He doesn't get hurt. He comes back this season and say he has 1,500 yards. He's in Canton.
Yeah. Well, I think he was going to shatter Eric Dickerson. Eric Dickerson had 2105.
Yeah, you're right. Eric Dickerson does have the record. He broke Barry Sanders' record.
Yeah, Barry had 2053.
And Derek had 21.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or Eric Dickerson had 2105, and I think Henry would have easily got
he'd
that.
have got that, yeah.
You know, I mean, Adrian Peterson was close to it in 2012 at 2097.
Yeah, but we all believe but Adrian Peterson has had a longer career, even with the injuries. He's still what did he play? 12 years, 13 years, somewhere around that? And he still hadn't retired, has he?
No, I mean he's still technically a free agent. So he could certainly be there. But I thought it was also interesting, you two talking about 2008 and that playoff game.
But see, that's the and I asked that question not necessarily, to make fun or anything else, but to let our listeners really understand how hard it is to be in a position to be the favorite in the NFL, like the whole NFL. You're the favorite to make it to the Super Bowl. Everything is in place. And then all of a sudden, one thing happens and it ripples effect for everything else. CJ gets hurt, ripple effect, fumbles and all this other stuff. If he doesn't get hurt, do they have the fumbles? Maybe not. Derrick Henry gets hurt in the middle of the season, ripple effect. Ryan Tannehill throws 3 interceptions, ripple effect. They may not ever get to that point again. That's why last year was so important for this team. They had everything in place. Vrabel did a hell of a job at coaching. And in one game against a team that they were much better than, they squandered it away. So this season, as I said at the beginning of the show, last year we were talking about Tannehill, and could he get this team to the Super Bowl? Mm-hmm. We were worried about him. This year, we're not worried necessarily about him. We're worried about the people around him, the experience at corner, the lack of experience, or the lack of continuity with the receivers, because they're all basically new except Nick Westbrook-Akine. The offensive line hasn't gelled just yet, and they still have questions with the guard and the tackle. So now we went from having one question to having multiple questions.
I feel like that's kind of how it goes sometimes, though, with questions.
I think that's why Titans fans are so upset. Mm-hmm. And so disappointed because they felt last year was that year.
Coming up next, Rashad Weaver should be calling in. Willie D is here. He's going to join the show as well. It's Chase, Willie, and D-Mace, 102.5, 106.3 The Game.
185! Every team needs a quarterback.
185!
That's why we have
Hasselbeck, bootleg, rollout, toss, touchdown!
Tim. ESPN NFL analyst Tim Hasselbeck gives his expertise on all things NFL.
How that team is built, I think there's a lot to like about them.
Every Tuesday at noon, Tim with Chase, Willie, and D-Mace. Presented by Red Spirit and Wine in Bellevue on 102.5 and 106.3 The Game and the Game Nashville app.
Hey folks, Joe Rexrode here talking NFL season because it's starting and it's awesome. And this is the best place to practice your touchdown dance. FanDuel Sportsbook, America's #1 sportsbook, because FanDuel's kicking off week 1 with a no-sweat bet for everyone. Does not matter if you're a new customer or you already have an account. You're going to get free bets back if you don't win. Log in and see for yourself. You can keep it simple. Money lines, point spreads. You can get some player props going. You can go same game parlay, combine it, bigger payouts, small bets. I'll tell you one quick one. I would go ahead and take the Titans and give the points against the Giants. That's how I feel about that one. You do whatever you want. If you're new to FanDuel, sign up with promo code Joe102 to get started. Again, promo code Joe102. And either way, you're going to celebrate the return of football season with a no-sweat bet during Week 1. Make every moment more with FanDuel, an official sports betting partner of the NFL. You must be 21 or older in present Tennessee. Refund issued is now withdrawable free bets that expire 14 days after receipt. Max refund $5 unless otherwise specified. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbet.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call the Tennessee Red Line, 800-889-9789.
From the Fox 17 News Code Red Weather Center.
I'm Fox 17 Code Red meteorologist Greg Bobus. A nice day ahead of us. Morning, no fog, no rain. Temperatures in the 60s. This afternoon, middle 80s for high temperatures. Low humidity. Loaded with sunshine. Will stay rain-free until the second half of your Friday.
Brought to you by Hiller Plumbing, Heating, Cooling, and Electrical.
Ever tried to shop for a diamond online? They all look great on the computer screen, but the fact is, most reputable jewelers like Genesis Diamonds wouldn't touch them with a 10-foot pole.
These are the diamonds that nobody wants to buy. We call them the B-quality diamonds.
That's Genesis owner Boaz Ramon, who says that even diamonds with the same grade and specs on paper can be very different when you see them up close in person, especially the ones from online dealers.
Those diamonds gonna look always cloudy or dirty. It's like you're wearing your glasses and there is fingerprints all over the glass. You just don't understand, or nobody told you that the material that this diamond was cut from was not the best material.
Why risk it? At Genesis Diamonds, they screen thousands of diamonds and only choose the best of the best for maximum brilliance, sparkle, and luster. Genesis Diamonds, Green Hills and Cool Springs.
I'm Boaz Ramon, and my accent is always on value.
Jared Stillman.
This is a team that the entire city is losing their minds over.
Caroline Fenton.
It's one of the youngest teams in the league. They don't have a single player over the age of 30.
Stillman and Company. Afternoons from 2 to 6.
Presented by TriStar Moving.
On Nashville's best sports talk.
ESPN.
102.5 and 106.3 The Game. And on the Game Nashville app. This is Chase, Willie, and D-Mace on 102.5 and 106.3 The Game. And on the Game Nashville app.
Chase, Willie, and D-Mace, 102.5, 106.3 The Game. Chase McCabe, Willie Donick, Derek Mason with you. Let's say hello to Titans linebacker Rashad Weaver, who is on the line with us. I know, Rashad, you only got a few minutes to join us, but appreciate it today. How are you feeling going into Game 1, knowing that because of Harold Landry being out, your role has obviously grown with this team? How are you feeling after training camp?
Yeah, what's up? Morning. I'm excited, ready to get out there. Like you said, I was excited either way before that happened to H. I was just going to take advantage of every opportunity, and now, looking ahead, everybody thinks, there's going to be more opportunities. So if there is, I just can't wait to get out there and, make the most of it and show that it's not being wasted.
Yeah, and how hungry are you after last year? You come in as a fourth-round pick and a rookie, but then you have an injury that you have to deal with on your own. So this is kind of your opportunity now to show everybody what you have.
Yeah, I love this. I love it, like football. Like, you feel me? Like, I loved it every day. I say it, and when you can't play it and you just got to watch at home, it builds that fire, and you're ready to get out there, and I've just been counting down the days. Preseason games are fun and all, but they're not the regular season.
We're talking with Rashad Weaver, Tennessee Titans fourth-round pick last year, heading into his second season. Now, Rashad, Harold Landry goes down, and obviously that's a big blow. But I'm sure Coach Vrabel has preached to you guys, hey, listen, yes, it is a blow to a team, but it's an opportunity for one of you other guys to step up and play a significant role on this team.
Oh, yeah, definitely. Like they always say, the injury rate in football is 100%. It's just a matter of time of when, whether it's small or big. And with that, you just got to come in every day. I talk about preparing like a starter, whether you're on the practice squad or you are the starter. I just kind of try to come in each day the same way, so then you're just ready when that number calls. Because, it doesn't apply to me, but there could be a guy that was on practice squad, H went down, and now they move up, and they might have to be ready to play. So it's just any situation, I feel like you just got to be ready for that so you can go out there and put some stain on your name, earn some recognition and have the team's trust doing it in games and earning the trust of the fans and everybody in the organization and, stuff like that.
Now, how antsy or impatient were you last week, knowing that preseason is done? They've pretty much solidified the roster, but now you got to wait an extra week just to play a football game?
Man, camp was long, so I was like, yeah, this is a nice little weekend break. You feel me? Camp is now over, so nice little 3-day break, and it comes back quick, and we've been working, and now I feel like throughout this week that we're practicing, I'm a little more antsy and ready for it than I was last week. I ain't going to lie, I was enjoying that little couple of days off last week after camp.
Well, we got a lot of Vol fans that are listening, so what you have to say? It's a big game this weekend,
hey.
Pitt. Your head coach was a coach at my alma mater, Michigan State, Pat Narduzzi.
Yes,
so,
sir.
So I got love for Pat. So I guess I'm kind of leaning a little bit toward Pitt in that sense. But yeah, you got a lot of Vol fans that are listening. What you got to say to them?
Hey, my dog, Coach Deuce, held a Pitt, get that 2-0 this week. Can't let him come to the crib and get a win. So that's going to be. Sorry, that's going to be a long trip for him. That's what I'm planning on.
It begins. Rashad Weaver, Titans linebacker, is with us. And going up against that Giants offense, what are kind of some things that you've learned about them, whether it's Daniel Jones or Saquon Barkley, as you get ready for game planning?
I mean, they're all great players, and they all bring a different skill set that you got to be prepared for. It'll, cost you games, and everyone knows Saquon's coming back for his bounce-back year and the type of player he is, and he can make things happen when the ball's in his hand, and Daniel Jones is continuing to, prove himself and show what he is, and that he was a first-round pick for a reason, and those are guys that you got to be prepared for because that's who their offense is going to be focused around.
Well, Rashad, I know you got to go. You got a lot to get ready for this weekend, but we appreciate the few minutes today, and best of luck. We'll talk to you again soon.
Yes, sir. Appreciate y'all, man. About to go out here and run around, get ready for this weekend.
There you go. Have a good practice.
Yep.
Rashad Weaver, Titans linebacker, joining us here on the show as he's got a big role now. I mean, he's got a big shoes to fill for him with Harold Landry out. We'll see the scheme and how they're gonna use him, I should say, starting this week. We say hello to Willie D. He's in the fold with us now.
Hello,
Willie,
guys.
what's up? How you doing?
Good to be here. I was listening on the way over here. Strong hour. Chris Johnson.
Yeah,
great
that was
catching up with CJ. I learned a few things. I did not remember the meniscus tear that he played through, and it does really give you pause and say, what could have been? What could have been had he had the surgery early? And that is a dilemma I'm sure D-Mace, tons of players have faced. And I could tell, he was careful on how he said it, but he was kind of sad that he didn't get the loyalty back. It said, I was there, I played through it, but when the season was over and they thought I lost a step, they were ready to move on. I didn't get any kind of, sympathy or cachet for playing through what he said clearly hampered him.
So 2013 would have been the end of Munchak, I think. That would have been Munchak's last year, right?
What?
2013.
Those are some years that we don't really like to remember.
Well, I know. That's why I'm struggling to remember it. Because I look at, had he lost a step? Yeah, probably. But I look at the numbers. He still had over 1,000 yards with a torn meniscus, which is still pretty impressive. And if you look at, even though his numbers were not to that, but 2015, he was approaching 1,000 yards on 196 carries with Arizona at 30 years old. You do kind of wonder, did they maybe move on too soon?
Well, I think they would probably tell you they didn't, because he never was the same after he left. But I think the question is, had they shut him down in 2013, how much better would his 2014 season have been, and would he have stayed a Titan? And if he had a bounce back in 2014, how many more years would he have played with the Titans? I mean, that you can tell that's what he kind of wonders in retrospect. The other thing that I loved was just flat out giving it to D-Mace, saying we absolutely would have won the game had he not gotten hurt. And I do believe that. I'm with Chase on that.
I do too, and I forgot. He brought up the delay of game.
The delay
of game
was a big one. The delay of game was a big one. I remember that very, very well.
That touchdown doesn't count for you.
No, it wasn't a touchdown. It wasn't on the. It was a big third down pickup, if I remember correctly. We can go back and look at the play, but it was after D-Mace's touchdown.
It was the third down pass to which receiver was it? Gosh,
I don't think it was you, but it was a key pickup on a drive that led to the winning field goal.
That's right.
The score was tied 10-10.
Well, listen, if I was, 7 inches taller, I'd be a shooting forward or a small forward in the NBA.
Yeah, so woulda, coulda, shoulda, right?
Yeah, so woulda, coulda, shoulda, man.
You're saying stop the play. Stop the play anyway.
Woulda, coulda, shoulda, man.
Okay, so let's see here. That was – you had 78 yards, 5 receptions in that game for a touchdown. I'm looking.
Yeah, I mean, listen, man. It doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. We won.
That's right. It's not going to change.
Okay, here we go.
It's not going to change.
So that was the third quarter?
No, I believe it was the fourth quarter because it was the score was tied.
Mm-hmm.
The Titans tied it up 10-10, and I'm trying to find the play. I think it was.
I mean, listen, fellas, it really
doesn't.
We won.
I know.
We won.
I know, it doesn't matter.
Hey.
I think I may have. Yeah, it wasn't to. It was Clayton. I think it was Mark Clayton.
I think if it's the play that I think it was, I believe that's correct, but I'm not 100% sure.
Yeah.
You can just see that clock going to 0.
Well, had they kept me on the team, they would have won.
There it is. There it is. Had to get that in there.
Yep. That's another woulda, coulda, shoulda.
Then I wouldn't have caught the touchdown for Baltimore. I would have caught it for the Titans. So there we go.
Okay. All right.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. If and buts.
Exactly.
if was a fifth, is that what you'd say?
We'll all be drunk, okay?
Yeah. But again, looking at the Giants this weekend, you got Daniel Jones.
Mm-hmm.
I'm curious of Saquon Barkley and just what if Saquon is going to bounce back or if that's just going to be a story of a great player that battled injuries and just never really became what everybody thought he was going to be.
It's almost going down the path of the running back for Seattle that played at Alabama. He had like 2 or 3 really good seasons, but ended up battling injury. He had a 2,000-yard season, I believe.
Talk about Sean Alexander?
Yeah, Sean Alexander. And then he just ran into injuries too.
Well, that's another in the club of couple of huge years and then the wear and tear.
Exactly.
He's in that curse of 370 club. He's one of the first guys people point to. They went to a Super Bowl and he was a huge reason they got there.
But he wasn't the same.
But he got hurt the next year and was never the same.
So I'd see sort of CJ as being in that mode, or either Saquon Barkley at being in that mode of having that really good season and then an injury hits you, and now everybody's wondering, will you ever be back to the same player you were? Because if Saquon's back to, rookie year Saquon or even close to rookie year Saquon, it makes Daniel Jones' job a lot easier, and now you're looking at the Giants a lot different. Well, we will find out come Sunday whether, Saquon is, fully over that injury or not.
I was looking at some Giants stuff this morning, and I found it interesting. They have a new GM as well as a new coach. Like we were talking about the new coach yesterday, Brian Daboll, who ran the Bills' offense last year. They kept Wink Martindale, who took over in the middle of the season last year. So a lot of the schemes are new. The GM is also new. What did he do in particular with Daniel Jones and with Saquon Barkley? He basically said, look, I'm the new guy. I inherited some of these contracts, whether I like them or not. And so what he tried to do was move on from as many as he could and then set himself up to where he's not married any longer than he has to be with some of them. And the two that come to mind for the latter, Daniel Jones. He did not pick up the 5th-year option. So it's kind of interesting. And when we go to New York and talk Giants at 1 o'clock, this is a question I want to ask is, what do Giants fans want? Do they want a big bounce back with the new coach, with Daniel Jones, to where they say, okay, new guy, new scheme, he's our guy? Or do they want him to flop so it's really easy for them to just move on and have a high pick because you've got Bryce Young and you've got C.J. Stroud, you've got what looks to be a pretty good quarterback class. This might be a good year to have.
Come on, those are giant fans. They want to win.
Well,
and you in New York.
I think so, but I think it's a mixed thing. And then Saquon Barkley's another one. They set his contract up. He's playing for a contract this year. I mean, so he's very, very motivated. He's been on the record as saying he's using all of the criticism and things like that as motivation. And so he's got a lot to play for this year. This is the old thing that's going to test the theory of, does a guy play better when his contract's on the line?
Real quick, Kevin on our text line says, D-Mace killed us. That's all we need to know. Crumpler fumbled on the goal line. Do we really have to relive that?
Yeah. CJ did mention that. There were a couple fumbles in the red zone that were very costly in that game. I think Lendell White had one.
Those are things that, sort of sway the game one way or another. You can't have those small things. Disciplined teams don't have them.
That's right.
That's all I'm saying.
That's right.
Disciplined teams don't have them.
Coming up next, it's Silly Underdog Picks time here on 102.5, 106.3 The Game.
You love the game.
Predators win it in overtime. Touchdown, Tennessee.
We live the game.
My quarterback needs me to step up.
He can make a defense pay.
We got pass rushers.
Checkered flag in the air.
Awesome game 7.
What a stop made by UC Sarah.
The game. Nashville's best sports talk, 102.5 and 106.3 The Game and the Game Nashville app.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who believe only quitters end a game and a tie, the type of guys who choose the bar with the biggest TVs to overcompensate for theirs at home. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
NFL football kicks off tonight as the Bills go helmet to helmet with the reigning Super Bowl champs in LA. Grab a 29-degree beer and watch it, Twin Peaks, to start the season off with a win.
This view was worth a hike.
Right? And it's a good way to stay on top of my health.
Yes, I'm Cologuard, a prescription colon cancer screening option for people 45 plus at average risk. Have you screened for colon cancer?
Not yet.
Don't wait. It's more treatable when caught in early stages.
Tell me more.
Cologuard is non-invasive and it's used at home. It detects altered DNA in your stool to find 92% of colon cancers.
92%?
Yep, even those in early stages.
This was seen in a clinical study with patients 50 and older. Any positive result should be followed by a diagnostic colonoscopy. False positive and negative results may occur. Cologuard is not a replacement for colonoscopy in high-risk patients. Do not use if you have had adenomas, have inflammatory bowel disease and certain hereditary syndromes, or a personal or family history of colon cancer.
Most insured patients pay $0. Ask your provider or an online prescriber if Cologuard is right for you, or visit Cologuard.com.
I'm in.
ElectronicExpress.com. We make it happen.
To know what makes Genesis Diamonds so special, you have to understand its origin. Back when owner Boaz Ramon used to sell diamonds only to jewelry stores.
I was selling to more than 700 jewelry stores. I didn't like what I saw.
What he saw in retail stores was grossly inflated prices, limited selection, pricing games, and a sales process that put the customer at a disadvantage. And it motivated this wholesaler to start his own retail revolution.
My passion was to build a place where the customer is going to be very informed. We're not going to hide any information from him. We're not going to have to get diamonds from other people. We're not going to mark up our prices to mark them down.
So Genesis was born. No middleman markups, no commission salespeople, industry-leading warranties, 30 times the selection, a no-holds-barred diamond education that empowers the customer, and a refreshing, relaxed, no-pressure atmosphere.
We created a place where the consumer is the king.
Come and get the royal treatment today. Genesis Diamonds, Green Hills and Cool Springs.
Hey, it's Big Joe on the go. Look, I get it. Nobody likes being in a car accident, but when that happens, make it easy on yourself and call Apple Collision Centers so you don't have to stress. They're locally owned with 3 convenient locations in Oak Hickory, Hendersonville, and Gallatin. Apple Collision Centers managers combine for 60-plus years experience, and they only recommend original equipment parts on your vehicle. So, if you're in need of a repair today or down the road, just head over to Apple Collision Centers. Stan and his team will take great care of you. Online, applecollisioncenters.com.
Nashville Generators presents Power Outage Prepping. What are you going to do the next time you lose power?
You can rummage through your drawers for batteries, flashlights, or candles, or you can call Nashville Generators, 615-885-1124, 615-885-1124. Nashville Generators will install a whole house Generac generator that'll keep your lights on, pipes flowing, and Wi-Fi working so you don't lose a thing. Don't let your family be displaced in the summer heat or freezing cold winters next time there's a power outage. Call the experts at Nashville Generators and be worry-free the next time bad weather comes to our area. Invest in a reliable system that automatically comes on to keep the pumps pumping, the kitchen cooking, and the family frolicking no matter what Mother Nature throws your way. Nashville Generators is the talk of the town. Go to NashvilleGenerators.com or call 615-885-1124 to start prepping now.
From the Hillside Medical Game Studios, WPRT-FM Pegram, WPUZ HD2 Laverne.
Robbie and Rex Road, Chase, Willie, and D-Mace.
Stillman Company. Nashville's best sports talk. 102.5 and 106.3.
Terang, it's a high fly ball.
We got pass rushes.
Awesome Game 7.
Checkered flag in the air. The Game.
A Cromwell Media Station.
Now let's see if we can bring them to life, all right?
Bringing you entertainment and informative sports talk during your workday.
Smart, funny, classy, and I like him a lot.
This is Chase, Willie, and D-Mace with Chase McCabe, Willie Donick.
Mason, touchdown, Tennessee.
And former NFL wide receiver Derek Mason on Nashville's best sports talk, 102.5 and 106.3 The Game, and on the Game Nashville app.
This is a new level of geek you got going on here.
There's no need to fear. Underdog is here.
Ah, yes. Chase, Willie, and D-Mace, 12 o'clock hour. It is time for Silly Underdog Picks, presented by Volunteer Hose and Gasket. Chase McKay, Willie Donick, Derek Mason in studio. And we bring in the panel all at once. George Plaster, Kelly Holcomb, Chris Sanders, all on the line with us. And I sound weird, like a robot. I don't know why.
I think we all do.
That's kind of funny. Gentlemen, how are we?
Good. How you doing?
Fantastic. Director, what are we doing?
Willie, you'll be glad to know after Mark's service that a group of salespeople from a radio station you and I used to work at have gathered, and we're having a good time.
That's good. It was a very well done service for the late Mark Howard, our good friend, co-worker. His son Jack was fantastic. Hope Hines gave the main eulogy. He was just he was fantastic. They showed some old clips of Mark. It was a great celebration for so a great tribute.
Glad,
and we will miss him.
Glad that you got to go to that.
Yeah,
that was important that you were going to get to go to that. But I'm sure Mark will laugh at this segment and is smiling.
Yeah,
watching down as I turn things over reluctantly to the commissioner, Willie Donnelly.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, this is your commissioner speaking. We're off and running. Last week, as the commissioner, I felt like the pilot of the airplane that, trying to get the wings up and you almost hit the power lines on the way out. But we got up in the air, we got flying, we got airborne, and now we're smooth sailing for the rest of the way.
I do not want you to be my pilot, buddy.
Wow.
It took a while to get the train rolling a little bit, but we've got it going. And let's give you a quick recap of what happened last week. And thanks to all of you that have been playing online. We're going to get you our online winner here in just a moment. But our contest, once again, sponsored by Volunteer Hose and Gasket. Last week, no pro game, so only one pick. And the panel did vote, once again, to have a pro and college pick. So for the first time on the season, we will do that this week. But Chris Sanders had the first pick of the season, and as usual, he went for the long one. He took the Buffalo Bulls. And he knew it was the Bulls and not the Bills. They're 24-point dog at Maryland, and Maryland was able to hang in there. They did cover. Buffalo covered, but in our contest, for those that are new, no points for a cover. 31-10, the Terps won. So Chris Sanders 0-1.
Hey, as long as I gave him all, that's all that matters.
Got a long way to go in the season.
A speech of losers. Come on, Chris.
The second pick belonged to Chase McCabe. He went with the West Virginia Mountaineers on opening night. It was Thursday. Big crowd at Pittsburgh. The backyard brawl. 7.5-point dogs against the Pitt Panthers, this week's opponent for Tennessee. That will be an interesting one to look at. West Virginia had the lead by a touchdown and the ball at midfield, 4th and inches. Decided to punt. Pittsburgh gets it back. They pick up a targeting foul. They go down and score. Then they get a tip interception pick 6 and really took it from there, even though West Virginia rallied late, almost had the game-tying touchdown. But Chase, when it was all said and done, you came up short. That was tough. They had it.
Yeah.
They had it.
Yeah, I feel like, I hope that's not the tone setter for my season.
It is.
Thank you, Chris.
The next picker was Kelly Holcomb, and of course, not surprising, Kelly, your coach, Boots Donnelly, was there today to honor Mark, so it was great to see him. Kelly had the first pick. He took the third pick. He took Purdue, a 3.5-point dog against Penn State. Purdue was the home dog. They had it rocking. Great crowd. And again, right down to the wire, a game that took about 5 hours, just like the Pitt game. Every play seemed to be reviewed. But Penn State won it in dramatic fashion. Purdue had it in the palm of their hands, but came up short 35-31. So Kelly, 0-1.
Yeah, Purdue's 4-minute offense sucks. They can't run the ball at all.
I think I saw a stat where they passed 19 of the last 20 plays that they had it.
Well, it was like 5 minutes to go in the game, and they had three series under 5. Like one series they took 17 seconds off the clock. I mean, if you're a defensive coordinator, I'm looking at him and I know we throw the ball, but can we run some time off the clock here, Hoss? You know. But once again, it doesn't matter. Let's just move on.
Kelly's not bitter or anything.
I'm kind of happy.
That brings us to Plaz. His first pick was Boise State, a 2.5-point dog against Oregon State. It was not at the Blue Field. Boise State, by about the middle of the first quarter or early second quarter, had already changed quarterbacks. It did not go well. Poor start for the Broncos. They played better in the second half, but they lose 34-17. So Plaz is 0-1.
Yeah, and they suck.
You're saying this isn't the Boise State from years past?
No, they're a total fraud. I mean, some of the coaches in the past would take a look at this. This new guy, in a year and a half, what they have fallen to, and stupid me for picking.
So he's shaking his head for that. And then we have the play of the week. Derek Mason was dropping off his son DJ in the city of Boston. He goes to Boston University, and somewhere in the city of Beantown, he got a tip to pick against BC at Chestnut Hill. And so he took Rutgers, a 7-point dog, playing at BC. Rutgers pulls off the upset 22-21. So D-Mace, the early lead.
Yeah, I got a tip that there was a feud between whether they should, erect the statue of Tim or not. So they were so fixed on the statue
and
that
Tim
they were,
or Matt too. That was the other call, right? Which brother?
Yeah, but Tim is the guy, so
yeah,
they wanted to put a statue up, but they were not prepared for the game. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, Rutgers got the victory.
Yeah.
So somewhere, Jason McCourty's happy, among others. So D-Mace at the end of 1 week has got the lead with 7 points. So week 2.
Get used to that, though, fellas. Yeah, get used to that.
Okay.
Here we go.
Okay.
All right.
All right, so when we come back, we'll have the week 2 picks. We'll have our weekly winner. And here's the order. Chase, you will have the first pick. Remember, this is a snake-style draft. So Chase will have the first pick and the last pick. We'll incorporate the college pick first, and then week 1 of the NFL that starts tonight. Chase, followed by Kelly, Plaz, D-Mace, and then Chris with back-to-back. He'll have the final college pick and then the first pro pick. And then we'll go in reverse order in round 2. So that, Silly Underdog Picks, presented by Volunteer Hose and Gasket. Stay tuned. The picks for week 2 coming up.
Want the latest on college football and Nashville sports?
He looks like 1,000 MAC-level quarterbacks I've seen in a college game.
Join Outkick 360's Chad Withrow every Friday at 5 with Stillman and company.
The coaching staff kept him and got rid of the other guys.
He'll bring opinions and charisma for a full half hour every week.
If he's so great in the locker room, then give him a coaching gig.
Chad Withrow is presented by Regal Realty Group on 102.5 and 106.3 The Game and the Game Nashville app.
This segment of ESPN 102.5 The Game is brought to you by Train Heating and Cooling Systems. Tested, retested, engineered, and re-engineered to keep up with you. We run together. Visit traininfo.com to find your local independent train dealer. Traininfo.com. It's hard to stop a train.
Got chronic joint pain but want to avoid steroids and surgery? Take some advice from pro football legend Emmitt Smith. Call QC Kinetics.
Let QC Kinetics help you improve your quality of life with biologic therapies that get your body to repair and restore damaged tissue.
These exciting new regenerative treatments from local medical professionals can help your body heal itself with lasting pain relief.
Trust me, you want to avoid surgery if you can. Check out these biologic treatments to see what your options are.
QC Kinetics. Restorative, regenerative solutions with no downtime, no surgery, no drugs.
I'm talking about joint pain we all can relate to in your knees, your shoulders, your hips, and your lower back. They'll get you feeling good again.
Get relief now.
What are you waiting on? Make the call to QC Kinetics. Tell them Emmitt Smith sent you.
Call QC Kinetics, 615-249-4024. That's 615-249-4024. 615-249-4024.
The Nashville Sheriff is hiring correctional officers. Earn $52,500 after paid training and probation. Positions are available immediately. You must be 21 and over with a high school diploma or GED. Come, join our family. That's $52,500 with great benefits. Apply now at sheriff.nashville.gov/apply or call 615-862-8170. Earn $52,500. Stop searching. Apply now. The Nashville Sheriff.
Listen to Stillman and Company with me, Caroline Fenton, all season long on ESPN 102.5 The Game for your chance to win Nashville Sounds tickets courtesy of 312 Pizza Company in Germantown.
We want to hear from you.
Thanks for taking the call.
Join the conversation. Call or text at 615-737-1025. Driven by WilsonCountyHyundai.com.
I'm ready to step this up a notch.
You're listening to Chase, Willie, and D-Mace on 102.5 and 106.3 The Game and on the Game Nashville app.
Chase, Willie, and D-Mace, 102.5, 106.3 The Game. Chase McCabe, Willie Donick, Derek Mason here with you. Silly Underdog Picks presented by Volunteer Hose and Gasket. Reminder, you can go to thegamenashville.com or download the app to play as well. All right, Kamish, take it away.
All right, let's lead off week number 2. First, our college picks, and leading it off this week with a record of 0-1, Chase McCabe.
Behold the king.
Sue.
The king of kings. On your knees, dog.
All right, well, I'm probably going to take the game that everybody had circled. I just have a feeling. Give me Michelle Knezevic's Kentucky Wildcats +6 against the Florida Gators.
I did have that game in the queue. I did have it in the queue.
In the queue.
Did you guys have that in the queue? No?
It's not enough points.
Not
for
enough
Chris.
points for Chris. That's
Yeah.
true.
Absolutely.
If it ain't 15 or more, Chris ain't picking it.
That's true.
Kentucky is a 6-point a 6-point dog on the road at number 12 Florida. Both teams coming off opening week wins. Of course, Florida got the big win against Utah. All right, that moves on to Kelly Holcomb with pick number 2.
We can skin a buck and run a trot line, and a country boy can survive. Country folks can survive. Country boy can survive. Country folks can survive.
Hey. I can't even hear him. Did we get anything? I mean, that's ridiculous.
Well, I thought George did it now. I mean, I did it in his absence, and now that he's back, he's got to do it.
George is the guy that's always done it. I mean, except when he was gone. So I just, he's slacking on his game.
I love me some Skull.
There it is.
Okay, so I've got one. I'm kind of conflicted with this, but you know what? I'm going to say that Hugh Freeze and the Liberty Flames beat the UAB Blazers.
Very interesting. Very interesting. I got to find that game on my docket here.
Yeah, it's on the PBS. It's on PBS. I thought it was on the Disney Channel.
Are you sure they play this week? No.
They're there.
These are actually programs that have done very well. And where is this game?
It's on the Oxygen Channel, man.
HGTV.
Do I get to make the points?
Are there? The game hasn't started yet, so you're okay with that?
I'm good with that. Yes.
Jeez.
I can't find this game on my picks.
I'll make the points at 6.5.
We will get that officially.
What did he pick?
On that?
He has Liberty against UAB.
Liberty is, I think, a 6-point dog.
Yeah.
I saw that. It's 6.5.
Everybody's moved so many leagues. I can't even find it on the league here. This is very poor commissionership.
It's under East Carolina.
Yes.
6.5. It's a college game.
Liberty is officially a 6.5-point dog playing at home against UAB. Both teams 1-0, and just for the record, it is on ESPN+. Okay, that brings us to George Plaster, also 0-1 for his Week 2 pick.
Hey, Willie.
Yes.
We're going against one of my old broadcast schools. I'm going to take Navy. That's also college football.
College football, yes. The Academy. All right. Memphis is taking on Navy. Navy, a 6-point home dog against the Tigers. Okay.
It's a good pick.
You feel good about it?
Is it a book it?
It's close. It's very close.
All right, so Navy is on the board. That brings us to the 4th pick. The only player with a win so far, that would be Derek Mason.
Oh, it feels so good after a victory. I'm going with Duke and Northwestern. Yes, Northwestern. I mean, Northwestern has had a week off. They beat Nebraska 2 weeks ago in Dublin. They should have lost that game. Frost. I mean, goodness. I mean, I don't know what he was thinking. Fired. Yeah, I don't know what he was thinking. But they should have lost that game. They end up coming back and winning. But first-year head coach at Duke put up a lot of points last week. I got them with the upset.
All right, Duke is a 10-point dog on the road in Evanston, Illinois, against the Northwestern Wildcats.
It sounds like Chris wanted to pick that game. He had that in his queue.
I was just happy you didn't pick the one that I picked.
Oh, okay. Oh, what you pick in Alabama?
Well, let's find out. Chris Sanders now has back-to-back picks. First his college pick, but let's get the theme song from Mr. Sanders.
All right, let's go.
So you think you're bad with your rap? Well,
Here's
I'll
my
tell
pick.
you, program I started.
I was so happy that nobody didn't pick this one because I was kind of nervous because I thought somebody would jump on it. Georgia Southern over Nebraska.
Wasn't nobody picking that game. Shouldn't have been nervous.
I thought somebody was going to jump on it.
Ain't nobody jumping on that game.
Goodness gracious. Nebraska did recover and win after the bad loss in Dublin against Northwestern. Nebraska hosting Georgia Southern, and Georgia Southern is a 23.5-point dog. The game will be shown on FS1.
Is the general here?
Oh, my goodness.
Georgia Southern.
I was afraid somebody's going to take that game, man. Jeez.
So you really don't have any confidence in Scott Frost.
I mean, no, that program right now they're struggling. I mean, I know it's plus 23, but they're struggling, man. I mean, if Georgia Southern comes out and plays, don't be surprised if they win that game. I have no confidence, but
I will be surprised. I hate to tell you, Chris, I will be surprised. You say don't be surprised. I still will be surprised.
Oh, man.
Okay, so, Chris, you got the first pick in the pro ranks.
All right, here we go. I'm going to go with Atlanta over New Orleans.
That's a good pick.
Now, this is a game out of the NFC South. A lot of people believe Atlanta will have the first pick in the draft next year. They are a candidate for that. And so they will often be an underdog, you would think. So they are leading off. And
number 1 pick versus number 2 pick, same draft class.
That's
Winston
right.
and
Jameis
Mariota.
Winston and Marcus Mariota. Oh, we remember those days. The Falcons are a 5.5-point home dog taking on division rival Saints. Okay, that brings us to D-Mace with his pro pick.
I'm going to go with the Lions over the Eagles.
Going back to the home state.
I know.
Going back to the home state.
I don't hate that one.
That's a good pick.
The Lions are a 4-point dog in a sold-out Ford Field. And is from what I'm told, it's going to be the biggest crowd they've had there in years for a non-Thanksgiving game. So they are a 4-point home dog on opening day against the Eagles. Next up, George Plaster with his pro pick. George, is this your first ever underdog pro pick?
Willie, it is. This is a big moment for my career. I can't tell you the thrill of watching the Bears offense when Cole Kmet catches a 6-yard out. I'm going with the Bears. I'm inspired.
The Bears.
Can I leave? My quesadillas have arrived.
Yes.
you could.
You have people to see.
George, we're sorry for interrupting your lunch.
George, thank you for playing.
No, thank you for being who you are. And, Kelly, do better.
Whatever, George. I mean, get a life, Hoss. How about it?
See ya.
Da Bears are a 7-point home dog at Soldier Field against the 49ers, who are rolling out Trey Lance, and we'll see what they do in week 1 with Jimmy G, perhaps looking over his shoulder. Okay, 2 more picks to go. Next up, it is Kelly Holcomb.
D-Mace, I'm a little upset at you, man. I had a whole speech about, watching, Hard Knocks a little bit last night, and Dan, we trust, you know what I'm saying? I mean, he sat there for a minute thinking about, the Detroit Lions will, and then he says can and will, so he took my pick. You know what? I'm going to say that the New England Patriots beat the Miami Dolphins.
The New England Patriots are a 3.5-point dog playing in Miami against the Dolphins. The debut of Tyreek Hill in a Dolphins uniform. So that leaves Chase McCabe with the final pick.
Well, D-Mace and Kelly. No, you're not.
Come on, your boys are still there. Your boys are still there.
They are. That is true. I am gonna go with the Raiders on the road against the Chargers.
Raiders.
That was the other one. Good pick.
Well, thank you.
And now, remember the last game of last year, the last regular season game, and the bizarre game between the Raiders and the Chargers, where if the clock had just run out, both teams would have made the playoffs, but instead it turns out that the Chargers don't make the playoffs. That was very strange, and of course, it's probably no coincidence that they're going to have these two teams open the season. So the Raiders are a 3-point dog on the road against the L.A. Chargers. So many people jumping and buying stock on the Chargers, who had that awful ending to last season. Okay, let's go ahead and give you the recap of our picks from week 1. 2 picks this week for the first time. And our contest, of course, brought to you by Volunteer Hose and Gasket. I didn't say that very well. First pick, Chase McCabe goes with Kentucky, a 6-point dog at Florida, down in the Swamp. The second pick, Kelly Holcomb takes Liberty, a 6.5-point dog, taking on UAB. Interesting matchup there. George Placer, who is now eating quesadillas, selects Navy, a 6-point underdog, playing at home against Memphis. Derek Mason takes on a couple Brainiac schools and selects Duke, a 10-point dog, heading on the road to take on Northwestern, coming off of that win in Dublin against Nebraska. Speaking of Nebraska, Chris Sanders going deep will go out to Lincoln. He'll pick against the Cornhuskers. Georgia Southern coming to town, a 23.5-point underdog. Chris trying to take control of this contest with a big gainer. Chris then had the first pick in the pros. He goes with Marcus Mariota and the Falcons. 5.5-point home dogs against Jameis Winston and the Saints. Derek Mason then in the pros goes to his home state and takes the Detroit Lions. They're a 4-point home dog against the Eagles. Plaz, right as he walked out as his food was arriving at the lunch table, goes with the Bears, inspired by the tight end Cole Kmet. They're a 7-point home dog at Soldier Field against the 49ers. Kelly Holcomb selects the Patriots, a 3.5-point dog, taking on the Miami Dolphins. And then finally, Chase McCabe will take the Vegas Raiders, 3-point dogs, in a rematch with division rival, the LA Chargers. Remember, you can play in our online contest every week by going to theGameNashville.com. You pick a combination of 3 games. Make sure you get them in there before kickoff on Saturday morning. And that's why we only have the Saturday-Sunday games available to you. Those are our picks for week number 2. Gentlemen, good luck.
Whatever. Good luck to all you losers.
Whatever, Derek. You won one game. One game does not a season make, Paul.
Well, you should have heard him with Chris Johnson earlier. He's still bragging. So there you go. Kelly, Chris, appreciate it as always. We'll do it again next week.
See y'all.
See ya. Silly Underdog Picks presented by Volunteer Hose and Gasket every Thursday at noon. Go to theGameNashville.com and get your picks in now. Speaking of picks, coming up next, we will give our NFL predictions for this season. That's coming up on Chase, Willie, and D-Mace, 102.5, 106.3, The Game.
ESPN Titans NFL Nation reporter Teron Davenport brings knowledge.
3 touchdowns. He was processing, getting rid of the ball quickly.
Passion.
Make no mistake about it. He absolutely has to hit the ground running.
And expertise on the two-tone blue and the NFL. Join TD every Monday at 11, Thursdays at 3, and Friday morning at 8 for all the latest on your favorite team. Teron Davenport is presented by Craneworks on 102.5 and 106.3 The Game and the Game Nashville app.
Hey, folks, Joe Rexrode here inviting you to kick off Week 1 with FanDuel, America's #1 sports book. You join today to get started with $150 in free bets guaranteed when you place your first $5 bet. Just sign up with promo code Joe102 to get in on the action. Then you can turn game day into payday all season long. With that $150 in free bets, you know, Derrick Henry does not always have big games in openers, but I think I might be looking at an over on him, for example, for a player prop on rushing yards. Play your way, do whatever you want, bet on more than just the final score. Again, touchdowns, total yards, catches, combine things for a same-game parlay with a bigger payout. Don't fumble your chance. Get $150 in free bets, win or lose, with promo code Joe102. Make every moment more with FanDuel, official sportsbook partner of the NFL. 21 or older in present Tennessee. First online real money wager only. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued is not withdrawable free bets that expire 14 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call the Tennessee Red Line. 800-889-9789.
As a roofer, every second counts. Late deliveries and incomplete orders cost me time and money. That's why I partner with Beacon. Beacon's unique network of branches work together to get me what I need when I need it. Every branch working together. With Beacon, I know my supplies will be delivered on time and complete. Homeowners rely on me, so I rely on Beacon, because I never stop building, and neither do they. Go to BECN.com to get started building with Beacon. Beacon, always building.
Paul Feinbaum here for the Southeast leader for cranes and equipment rental, CraneWorks. The CraneWorks team in Nashville, Birmingham, and Mobile is ready to make your next construction or maintenance project a big success. Give CraneWorks a call for your next lift, machinery moving, or rigging project. And don't forget, RentalWorks has a full line of rental equipment for jobs both big and small, and now offering qualified operators for all equipment, including aerial and earth-moving equipment. Call CraneWorks at 877-282-LIFT or visit them on the web at craneworks.com.
National Playmakers Academy with former Vols Buck Fitzgerald and James Stone, along with former Austin Peay Governor Vic Wright, offer one of the best football developmental organizations in the nation. MPA has over 30 NFL alumni, 800-plus college football scholarship signees, and 25 high school football All-Americans. If you have a student athlete in middle school or high school that is looking for the best football training and college football recruiting help around, contact National Playmakers Academy today, 615-456-2680, or email april.mpafootball@gmail.com.
Hey guys, Jeremy here, General Manager at Blend Bar with Davidoff Cigars. We are the go-to spot in Nashville for the best old-fashioned, a nice relaxing cigar, and lots of high-end spirits and wine. Are cigars not your thing? No problem. We have the best ventilation system in the industry that provides a fresh, clean atmosphere for you and your friends. We are here to provide you a trendy, upscale experience in the heart of downtown. Check us out at 508 Church Street. Blend Bar with Davidoff Cigars. Luxury redefined.
He is gone. Touchdown, Middle Tennessee.
Your home for the Blue Raiders.
Middle Tennessee travels west this week to the Rocky Mountains to take on Colorado State. It's a big Group of 5 matchup, Conference USA against the Mountain West. Coverage begins at 1:30.
MTSU football is on 102.5 and 106.3 The Game and the Game Nashville app.
What's up, Nashville? This is Stephen A. Smith. You're listening to Nashville's best sports talk, ESPN 102.5 The Game.
Chase, Willie, and D-Mace, 102.5, 106.3 The Game. The Nashville Fair returns to the Nashville Fairgrounds, and this Sunday, 102.5 and 106.3 The Game will be there from 2 to 4. Midway rides, agriculture, arts, livestock competitions, fair food, including hot chicken on a stick, and deep-fried goo-goo clusters and more. Buy tickets early and save at nashfair.fun. We will see you there. All right, it is time to make our NFL predictions for 2022. We'll do the AFC in this segment, the NFC, and the next segment we'll pick each division, give our wild card teams, and our Super Bowl matchup as well. So let's kick things off, and I will let Willie lead us off with the AFC East.
Okay, with the AFC East, I'm not going to be cute. I've got to take the Buffalo Bills, the odds-on favorite to win the Super Bowl. What will be interesting is when we get to the wild cards in both conferences, but particularly in the AFC. But no surprise, I'm going with the Bills.
The Bills.
Bills.
Bills. All right, Derek?
I echo that sentiment too as well, Willie.
Okay.
I'm with the Bills as well. Bill Mafia.
I am. It's 3 for 3. I'm going with the
okay,
Bills.
maybe we should get a table out and do a little slam. You jump off a car and slam into the picnic table?
Yes.
Just to celebrate? Okay, so the Bills unanimous in the AFC East.
All right, now we move to the AFC North.
AFC North. Do I go first again?
Yes.
Are we going to stay in the same order?
Yeah,
okay, I guess it doesn't really matter. In the North, I am going to select the Baltimore Ravens. I think a bounce-back season is in order for Baltimore. I've got them winning that division. Everything that could have gone wrong went wrong for them last year. The only thing I really hesitated with was the contract for Lamar, and maybe that gets done in the next day or two. I would not be surprised. But regardless, I think Baltimore is going to have a good year. And I think there'll be a little regression from the Bengals.
Well, Willie, this is going to be a tough division. Cleveland has a heck of a defense and a quarterback in waiting. Pittsburgh, as long as Mike Tomlin's the head coach, you can't. Pittsburgh's always in the mix. Cincinnati, I'm with you, Willie, and I said this before. I think Cincinnati's going to take a step back. I know their record, they were what, 9-7 last year?
9-8.
9-8 last year. I forget about the extra game. 9-8, but they went on a run in the playoffs. I think they remain 9-8. And Baltimore wins that division with 10 wins.
Okay. Oh, I thought you were talking about the Baltimore. Baltimore finished last, I think, at 8-9, and maybe was Pittsburgh 9-7 and 1. Was there a tie in there somewhere?
But Cincinnati,
thinking about that. Yeah, they tied with Detroit.
Okay.
I think.
How many games did Cincinnati win last year?
I think they only won 10.
10?
Was it 10? And they won the division. Yeah.
So I think they're going to regress to 9 games.
But you like your Ravens, okay?
Yeah. Fully healthy, yeah.
All right, I'm going to go with the Bengals. I think they go back-to-back with it. I'm not sleeping on them. I think Joe Burrow has one heck of a year and gets it done for the Cincinnati Bengals. Okay. All right.
No regression.
Let's go to the West, the toughest division in the NFL.
The toughest division in the NFL to pick. I am going to go with the Kansas City Chiefs. I'm just going to say, look, they're the most certain team. They lose Tyreek Hill. That is a big, big thing. But I have faith in Patrick Mahomes. I have faith in Andy Reid as an offensive mind that they will weather the storm without an incredible weapon that they lose. And I say they will figure out how to stay on top of that division for one more year. KC.
Okay. Derek?
Yeah, this division. I would pick – every team, I think, has made themselves better in offseason. I think this team has made themselves better, not just on the offensive side of the ball, but defense as well. And it's not the Chargers, even though I do believe they have. I'm going with the Vegas Raiders.
Vegas?
I'm going with the Raiders to win this division.
Interesting.
Yes, I'm going with the Raiders.
You and I are in sync here.
I also
have the Raiders.
Give me some.
Wow, you guys both took the Raiders?
Yes.
Wow.
Yes.
I honestly think you could make a case for all 4 of the teams to finish first or last in this division.
Yeah.
You could. Oh, you could. And this division is going to be there's more to this division as we move on here. But, yeah, I think the Raiders are the surprise pick. I think the Raiders, everybody's focused on the Broncos and Russell Wilson and the Chiefs and the Chargers. But
the Chargers getting all kinds of love.
I'm going with the Las Vegas Raiders, or the Oakland Raiders of Las Vegas.
Yes.
So nobody jumps on the Chargers bandwagon. Despite all of the hype.
Not to win the division.
Not to win the division.
Nah.
Okay.
The American Football Conference South.
All right. I said Titans 10-7. But I do think it is going to be enough to win the division. I'm going to say 10-7, but the Titans win the division.
Okay. All right. Derek?
Man.
He's going with the Jags.
Give me the Jet. No. I think both of these teams somehow, some way ends up with the same overall record. I think that is possible. But I think the Titans win one more. The head-to-head with Indianapolis will be one of them, but I think the Titans will sweep Jacksonville. Indy will lose one to either Jacksonville or Houston, and that's going to turn the tide.
So you'll say
I'm saying
Titans in a tiebreaker. That's kind of what I'm envisioning too. Is it's going to be very tight. The Jaguars will win more games than they have. It's going to sort of flatten the division out, and the Titans will eke it out. So D. Mason, I agree. Chase, I've already written down Titans. Are you taking the Titans?
I'm taking the Titans.
Of course he's taking the Titans.
Come
he's
on.
not going to not take the Titans. Okay.
There should be two
now
very
you
easy
guys said
here.
11-6 for the Titans. So you guys think they'll have a little bit better regular season than I do. Okay. Skip to the NFC and then come back to wild cards, or what do we want to do?
Let's go ahead and do the AFC wild cards here.
Okay.
So the AFC wild, you get 3 wild cards, and just give them all 3 at one time.
Ooh.
So what you got, Willie?
This is where it gets tough because there's so many candidates. I will select the Chargers.
Okay.
I think they will get to the playoffs. I will select the Broncos.
Okay.
I'm going to say the Raiders don't make it.
Interesting.
And wild card 3 is going to be. I kind of want to say a team, but I'm not quite that convinced. So I will say Cincinnati.
Who'd you want to say?
I wanted to say the Dolphins, but I'm going to say Cincinnati. I just think there's going to be a lot of teams floating around that 9-10 win mark. I think the equality, the parity in the AFC is going to be big. So I have the Colts missing. I have the Dolphins missing. I have the Raiders missing. And who else did I leave out? Steelers, I guess. I'm trying to think of other teams that are candidates that won't be in there. No, I got Kansas City winning the division.
You got winning the division.
All right, so I got Chargers, Broncos, Bengals.
Okay. For me, it's the Chargers are going to do something to get themselves out of the playoffs once again. So I'm going with Kansas City.
Okay.
And gosh, I'm going with Pittsburgh.
Really?
Yes.
Ooh,
I cannot count Tomlin out.
Okay.
Nobody.
I gave
until
him
he
some thought.
proves me wrong, Tomlin.
Okay.
And then this is a toss-up for me. Even though I believe the Chargers may do something to spoil it for themselves, I cannot pick against Cincinnati, like wholeheartedly pick against Cincinnati because they were in the Super Bowl and I like Joe Burrow and I like Jamar Chase and Boyd and Higgins. Give me Cincinnati.
Cincinnati.
He's on to Cincinnati.
So you say that the Chargers will miss the playoffs despite all these additions they made and all the hype they're getting.
Because the AFC is just so tough. Now, if this same team was in the NFC, I'd pick them to go to Super Bowl. But because this the conference is so tough, man, it's going to come to the last week for them again, I believe, the Chargers. And it could come to the last week for the Cincinnati Bengals as well.
Oh, yes. Okay.
Yeah, so.
All right, for me, my wild cards are the Chiefs, the Chargers, and the Baltimore Ravens. So no Patriots, no Dolphins, no Steelers.
And this is
no
why
Colts.
No Colts.
They may extend the playoffs another.
So all of us are saying Titans will win the division and the Colts will not make the playoffs.
Yep. Yep. Sad news out of England. Queen Elizabeth has passed away at the age of 96. The royal family tweeting that out. It's being reported, but wasn't looking good earlier today, and she has passed away peacefully at the age of 96. So wanted to pass that along. Coming up next, we will get the NFC predictions, but first, Willie, tell us about QC Kinetics.
All right, summer's over, but if you're still suffering from some joint pain, QC Kinetics is there for you, and it's time to do something about it. Don't wait any longer. You've put it off. Call QC Kinetics and get the free consultation and find out what they're about. You've heard Emmett Smith talking about it. You've heard some things that I'm sure encourage you. Just the thought of no drugs, no downtime, and no surgery to deal with the joint pain. This is regenerative medicine from QC Kinetics. They use that highly concentrated healing property from your own body, and it restores and repairs the damaged joint tissue. Plus, QC Kinetics is the nation's leader in this exciting breakthrough natural approach to eliminating that joint pain. So if all of this sounds good to you, they're right here in our listening area, and they're helping people as we speak. Give them a call. It is a free consultation. Call QC Kinetics at 615-249-4024. The old ways of dealing with joint pain are not the only ways. Call QC Kinetics, once again, 615-249-4024. That's 615-249-4024.
Your home for the MTSU Blue Raiders is 102.5 and 106.3 The Game. Every touchdown.
Yes, touchdown.
Every three.
Free ball, yes, sir.
It all lives here.
Middle Tennessee.
You can also hear the Blue Raiders in the Borough on 97.5, Middle Tennessee Athletics on 102.5 and 106.3 The Game and the Game Nashville app.
From the Fox 17 News Code Red Weather Center.
I'm Fox 17 Code Red meteorologist Greg Bobus. A nice day ahead of us. Morning, no fog, no rain. Temperatures in the 60s. This afternoon, middle 80s for high temperatures, low humidity. Loaded with sunshine will stay rain-free until the second half of your Friday.
Brought to you by Hiller Plumbing, Heating, Cooling, and Electrical.
Hey, football fans. Dak Prescott here. And I'm here to tell you that with NFL Sunday Ticket only on DirecTV, you can watch your favorite team no matter where you live. Because NFL Sunday Ticket gives you every live out-of-market game every Sunday afternoon. So switch to DirecTV and learn how to get the 2022 NFL Sunday Ticket season included at no extra cost. Call 1-800-DIRECTV.
With choice package and above, 24-month agreement required. Call for details.
With your home value up again, you are sitting on a pile of money. So don't let it sit there. Use it. Willie Donick here for my friends once again at Loan Pronto. Introducing Loan Pronto's Equity Line of Credit program. You don't have to refinance, but you can access up to 97% of your home's value. Get cash now to pay off all your credit cards or do that home improvement project. Get your down payment for a new home or stash away for a safety net. You can get $50,000, even $100,000 or more out of your home. And the payments are crazy low. Think what you could do with $100,000 right now. Loan Pronto makes unlocking your equity easy, and they can probably even waive the appraisal. Don't just let all that home equity pile up. Turn your house into an ATM machine and get the cash you need. Call Loan Pronto now, 615-499-5780. That's 615-499-5780 or go to loanpronto.com. Equal housing lender, NMLS 166-1781, subject to lender approval.
Hey, it's Chase McCabe, and every season is screwball season in my house. No matter the time of year, that rich, smooth taste just hits the spot. Y'all know Screwball. It's made with real whiskey, peanuts, and peanut butter, and it's just flat out delicious. It's my favorite. However you take it, as a shot, in an espresso martini, or a peanut butter old-fashioned, make it a Screwball peanut butter whiskey. Enjoy responsibly. Copyright 2022 Screwball Spirits, LLC, San Diego, California. Whiskey with natural flavors, 35% alcohol by volume.
It's grillin' and chillin' season, and Hiller is giving away backyard freebies all September. This month, when you upgrade to a new tankless water heater, we'll give you a free Yeti Tundra cooler, or get a free Traeger grill with any new whole home generator. And we're offering special zero-interest financing for up to 48 months on select new HVAC system replacements. Book online at happyhiller.com today. Happy you'll be, or the service is free.
Call the Happy Face Truck today.
Robbie Stanley.
To avoid non-contact injuries and not repeat last year.
Joe Rexrode.
Just wait until next year's national TV schedule comes out.
Robbie and Rexrode. Mornings from 6 to 10 on Nashville's best sports talk.
ESPN
102.5 and 106.3 The Game and on the Game Nashville app. This is Chase, Willie, and D-Mace on 102.5 and 106.3 The Game and on the Game Nashville app.
Chase, Willie, and D-Mace, 102.5, 106.3 The Game, doing our predictions for the NFL right now. We join Big Joe Dubin and Elijah Campbell tomorrow night for the Apple Collision Center's Game Blitz, presented by National Playmakers Academy from 6 to midnight. They'll preview the big games and take you through a night of high school football around the mid-state. Hard to believe it's already week 4 of high school football. It's the Apple Collision Center's Game Blitz, presented by National Playmakers Academy on 102.5 and 106.3 The Game. You can weigh in on our predictions on our text line driven by WilsonCountyHyundai.com, 615-737-1025. Now we move to the NFC. We'll start with the NFC East. I'll lead it off here. No surprise for anybody, the Dallas Cowboys.
Oh, man. I am going with the Giants. Nah. I'm going with No.
What was that?
I am not going that far. No, Cowboys. Until they prove otherwise. I think this is the Cowboys' division, as it has been the last couple of years. Their division to win. Now it's up to them to go out and take it.
I've really given a lot of thought to taking a shot at the Eagles here, but I am going to go with the Cowboys. I'm going to make the safe bet.
All right.
They're a huge favorite.
I have some surprises in the NFC, but in the North, who wins the North? I'm not gonna count out Aaron Rodgers till it's all said and done. So give me the Green Bay Packers.
The Packers.
It just seems too easy.
Yeah.
But I have this weird feeling about that whole division.
Yeah,
I just have a really weird feeling.
I have the same kind of weird feeling, but I just can't wrap my arms around anybody else.
Mm-hmm.
So I'll go with the Packers.
Yeah.
It's boring, but I'll take them.
You know what? I got to spice this thing up a little bit.
Really?
Yeah. Give me the Vikings.
You can take the Vikings. Okay.
Give me the Vikings.
At some point, somebody's going to win that division.
Come on, Kirk Cousins. You like that? You like that?
A believer. Remember, I asked you guys the other day, like, Bucks versus the field, Packers versus the field in their respective divisions, because it's so overwhelming, the picks for the Packers and the Bucks, the Bays.
Yep. Come on, Kirk Cousins. Got to lead your team to a division title.
All right. Where are we going next?
All right. We are going to the NFC South.
See, this is it. Now, we just keep watching the Buccaneers and saying to ourselves, is this the year that Tom Brady falls back? They got offensive line stuff. They changed coaches. But then you're looking at the rest of the division saying, who else? Who else could it be? So I got to be boring. I'll take the Bucks.
Give me, until he proves me otherwise, I may hate his university, but I respect his game. Give me Tom Brady.
Okay.
I said give me Tom Brady. I didn't even say give me the Bucks.
I'm going to be
different.
Give me
Tom Brady.
I'm going to be different. And this is foreshadowing for you. I'm going to go with the New Orleans Saints.
New Orleans.
Okay.
And Jameis, we trust.
Goodness.
There we go.
All right.
Okay.
Now
that's not a bad pick, though.
That's risky.
That's really not a bad. I don't think it's a risky pick.
All
They've
right.
upgraded just about everywhere, offensively and defensively.
That leads us to the NFC West.
Now, this one for me is sort of like the AFC West, with the exception of the Seattle Seahawks. Even though I do believe Seattle will make it tough for everybody in this division, but I'm going with the San Francisco 49ers.
I agree. I will go with the 49ers as well.
Ooh, okay. And Trey Lance we trust. I believe it's going to be the Rams that win that division once again.
Oh, you went out on a limb there.
I did not. Now, the wild card is where I'm going out on some limbs.
Okay.
All right. Well, why don't you just go ahead and give us your wild card?
I will do that.
Okay.
3 teams that I have in the NFC wild card. I do have the 49ers.
Okay.
I believe that the Niners get in there. I have the Philadelphia Eagles.
Okay.
And then, way out of left field, the Detroit Lions.
Yes.
I have the Bucks missing the playoffs.
Oh,
wow.
Tom missing the playoffs in his potential last year. Potentially
Yes.
could be his last year.
But I have the Detroit Lions as the surprise team out of the North making the playoffs as a wild card.
Oh, I like that.
All right. D-Mace, for you?
All right. I got New Orleans. I got the Rams. And then as my fellow co-host.
You're not taking them.
Whatever you want to call them, the suit. I'm taking the Lions.
Oh, my gosh.
You got the Lions.
I got the Lions.
You guys both have the Lions making the playoffs?
Yes.
Playoffs?
I know it sounds far-fetched. I know it does, Willie. I really do.
You guys have been watching some serious Hard Knocks and falling in love.
Hey, man.
You're falling in love.
You got to fall in love with something, you know?
Wow. All right.
You can't fall in love with the girl until you actually meet and see her, right?
Yeah, that's true.
There
Okay.
we go.
I'm taking the Rams I'm taking the Saints and I'm taking the Eagles as the 3 wild card teams.
It's boring.
My picks in the NFC are very boring.
Yes.
In fact, it's the same field as last year's playoffs, except Saints in and Cardinals out. So none of us have the Cardinals.
That's not
the
cutting
playoffs.
edge either. I just want to let you know that.
It's not.
It's not cutting edge. No, none of us have the Arizona Cardinals. No one has Denver. Did you have Denver, Willie?
I did.
Oh, you have.
I have Denver as a wild card.
Oh, okay. So I'm the only person that has 2 coming out of the South, right? In Tampa and New Orleans.
No, I have New Orleans as a wild card.
Okay, and you have Tampa winning that division.
I do.
Okay.
Okay, so now it's time for the big dog.
Robbie
Super Bowl.
Stanley is asking if Derek and I took one of Joe's new endorsements by picking the Lions. We did not.
No, we didn't.
It's just on a limb there.
That's just the way we roll, man.
All right, so we're going to pick
I
our
think you guys are nuts.
Super Bowl matchup?
Yes.
You go.
All right. Go ahead, Willie.
Oh, you want me to take it?
Yes.
You haven't even. Okay, fine. I'll go. Bills versus the Cowboys. Bills win.
Oh, he picked the boys.
But the Bills win.
Over Cowboys.
Bills get revenge for 2 of the 4 in a row. Because they lost 2 of those to the Cowboys.
Bills over the Cowboys. All right. I will take. Man, I just have a hard time in the NFC.
I just think it's going to be a weird year.
It is going to be a weird year.
I have a feeling.
I'll take the Bills.
Mm-hmm.
And they're going to knock off. Man, I just can't come around on the NFC. I can't do it. I'll take the 49ers.
I like that, Willie. I think it's going to be the Bills and Ravens in the AFC Championship game. I'm picking the Bills reluctantly, and I mean reluctantly picking the Bills because I don't want people to say, oh, you're being a homer because you're playing. I'm picking the Bills, and I'm picking them to play San Fran. I got San Fran winning it all.
So you have 49ers over Bills.
Mm-hmm.
So you and I have the same teams in the bowl.
49ers and Bills, eh? All right, so we all have the Bills.
Yep.
We all have the Bills. Chase and I have the Bills winning it, and Derek has the Bills losing to the 49ers.
Well, my second pick to go to Super Bowl is the Ravens.
I thought about that. I really did give the Ravens a thought. I think they have a really good year. I think the Ravens will.
Okay.
But I'm
there you
selecting
go.
the Bills.
Those are our NFL predictions that I'm sure we will be referencing several times as the year goes on. But coming up next, Paul Donito, who covers the Giants for WFAN. We'll talk to him next here on Chase, Willie, and D-Mace, 102.5, 106.3, The Game.
You watch the game.
He scores! Philip Forsberg!
We talk the game.
Philip Forsberg stays here in Nashville, hearing the deal is done. 8 years, close to $70 million total.
We are the game. Nashville's best sports talk. 102.5 and 106.3 The Game and the Game Nashville app.
Yes, it's week 1 with FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook, everybody. Joe Rexford here to let you know that if you join today, you can get started with $150 in free bets guaranteed when you place your first $5 bet. You sign up with promo code Joe102 and you can get in on this action. Turn game day into payday all season long. Listen, I will tell you one thing. Look, I've been saying I like the Titans, given the points. I also like the Bills on the road against the Rams. By the way, the defending Super Bowl champs. Yes, I'm on the Bills train. You do whatever you want to do. Play your way. Bet on more than just final score, too. Touchdowns, total yards, catches. Combine things for a same-game parlay. Don't fumble your chance. Get $150 in free bets, win or lose, with promo code Joe102. Make every moment more with FanDuel, official sportsbook partner of the NFL. You got to be 21 or older in present Tennessee. First online real money wager only. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issue is now available free bets that expire 14 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbet.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call the Tennessee Red Line, 800-889-9789.
ElectronicExpress.com. We make it happen.
Hey, summer's over, but is that joint pain still there? Well, it's time to do something. Willie Donick here, and I want to tell you about QC Kinetics. You've put it off long enough. It's time to get real lasting relief from chronic pain in your knees, your back, your shoulder, and hips. QC Kinetics can get you moving again with cutting-edge regenerative treatments. No drugs, no downtime, no surgery. Regenerative medicine uses highly concentrated healing properties from your own body, and it restores and repairs the damaged joint tissue. Plus, QC Kinetics is the nation's leader in this exciting breakthrough natural approach to eliminating joint pain. Lots of people here have done this, and they're living life to the fullest pain-free. So don't assume that the old ways of dealing with joint pain are the only ways. Stop putting it off. Call for a free consultation. 615-249-4024. That's 615-249-4024 for QC Kinetics. Once again, 615-249-4024.
The Nashville Sheriff is hiring correctional officers. Earn $52,500 after paid training and probation. Positions are available immediately. You must be 21 and over with a high school diploma or GED. Come, join our family. That's $52,500 with great benefits. Apply now at sheriff.nashville.gov/apply or call 615-862-8170. Earn $52,500. Stop searching. Apply now. The Nashville Sheriff.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
From the Hillside Medical Game Studios, WPRT-FM Pegram, WPUC HD2 Laverne.
Robbie and Rex Road, Chase, Willie, and D-Mace.
Stillman and Company. Nashville's best sports talk. 102.5 and 106.3.
Terang, it's a high fly ball.
We got pass rushes.
Awesome Game 7. Checkered flag in the air.
The Game.
A Cromwell Media Station.
Now let's see if we can bring them to life, all right?
Bringing you entertainment and informative sports talk during your workday.
Smart, funny, classy, and I like him a lot.
This is Chase, Willie, and D-Mace with Chase McCabe, Willie Donick.
Mason, touchdown, Tennessee.
And former NFL wide receiver Derek Mason on Nashville's best sports talk, 102.5 and 106.3 The Game, and on the Game Nashville app.
This is a new level of geek you got going on here.
Coming down the home stretch, final hour of the show. Chase, Willie, and D-Mace here on ESPN 102.5 The Game. You can hear us on 106.3, and you can always hear us at the Game Nashville app. Pleased to be joined by Paul Dottino, who covers the Giants for WFAN Radio up in New York. Great station, great tradition. Giants coming to town for the opening week against the Titans. So, Paul, first of all, thanks for joining us, and can you get us up to date on any injury news? I know some guys have been banged up for the Giants, particularly on the defensive line. Any news today?
Yeah, first off, appreciate it very much. Try to hold off the rain this weekend. I really don't want to get soaked like a sponge. But as far as the Giants' injuries are concerned, Kayvon Thibodeau and Azeez Ojulari, the two edge rushers, they're premier pass rushers on this team. Both of those guys have been nursing various injuries over the last couple of weeks and have been very limited in practice. We will know more tomorrow. The team is off today, but as of yesterday's injury report, they were both limited. I would suspect they'll continue to be limited tomorrow, and my guess is that neither one will play. But, again, that's simply a guess at this point because neither Thibodeau or Ojulari played a ton of snaps during practice or during the preseason because of various bumps and bruises. I just kind of think it's a lot to ask those guys to be ready for week one, given those situations. I think those are the two that are most concerning. I would not necessarily put too much into what you've read about Sterling Shepard. He's a full go. I think he was just a little bit sore at practice the other day, so they put him down as limited. But the previous week to that, he's been going full, coming off the Achilles. So I think you'll see Shepard. The other name on the list is of really no consequence. That would be Dane Belton, their fourth-round draft pick, who potentially would be the third safety on the roster. But he's coming back from a fractured collarbone, and he's been wearing the red jersey at practice, so you're not going to see him on Sunday.
Paul, you got a new coach, a new GM, and you've got a quarterback and a lead running back that are both sort of trying out for one or the other. They've got the contract set, so it's kind of a prove-it year for both Daniel Jones and Saquon Barkley. So what do you think is long-term ideal for the Giants here? Do you want them both to flourish and keep the jobs, or is it almost like, look, if it doesn't go well, they're just as well starting over at both positions?
Well, the Giants actually have, in my opinion, three guys in that boat. Even though Kenny Golladay is not entering his contract season, this is a guy they paid wide receiver one money to, coming off of those 2,000-yard seasons in Detroit. And then he just really came up empty, fought through 4 different injuries last year, and then after Jones got hurt, the offense was in the tank anyway, and Golladay did not have a single touchdown catch, which he is incredibly embarrassed about. So he wants to go back to being a 1,000-yard receiver. Now, if he's right, and Jones does what they believe he can do, and Barkley is healthy and plays the full 17 games, all of a sudden that's a hell of a triple threat for the Giants. Now, in terms of the contracts that you're talking about, if things go right for the Giants, Daniel Jones gets off to a terrific start. They try to negotiate a new deal with him sometime around the middle point of the season, and they lock him up. And then with Saquon Barkley, it's very simple. They throw the tag on him. It's that easy. He'd be a $10 million running back next year, and they would have the rights to him for another season, and that would buy them some time, given the fact that they're going to give Jones so much money if he flourishes. That's the perfect scenario for this team. Whether or not it happens remains to be seen, but that's the way I think they'd love to draw it up.
We'll talk with Paul Dottino, Paul Dottino, WFAN out of New York, discussing this weekend's game, the Giants versus the Titans. Now, from what you've seen, Paul, throughout camps and throughout the preseason, what should we expect from this New York Giants team?
You know, that's the beauty of it. Mm-hmm. We really don't know what to expect. Mike Kafka is going to call the plays from upstairs in the booth. 4 years on the Chiefs staff, where he was the passing game coordinator / also quarterbacks coach. He's getting the controls. Brian Daboll, who was hired here as the head coach from Buffalo after being the OC up there, as uncomfortable as he is with giving up the play calling, the Giants led the NFL in virtually every offensive category during the preseason. Kafka's offense was very fun to watch. It was very productive. It was totally different than anything the Giants fans have seen around here since, my God, could be the days of Fran Tarkenton. That's how long ago I think I could go back. And on the other side, Don Martindale, Wink as we all know him, coming over from the Baltimore Ravens, we did not see very much of what he's going to do because, even though Kafka, was very productive on the other side of the ball, they were very vanilla. And I think that's part of the beauty of what the Giants wanted to do. They're going to unleash a Wizard of Oz game plan on both sides of the ball, something of which the Titans have not seen, won't know what to expect, and they're going to get hit like a left cross to the jaw. That's the idea. The Giants want to catch them by surprise, flat-footed, and they're going to throw all kinds of stuff at them. One of the things that I do believe you're going to find out very, very quickly is that in a lot of ways, both of these units, offensively and defensively, are positionless. That is, you're going to see guys in all different positions, not their traditional spots, not doing traditional things. The linebackers, the defensive linemen, the defensive tackles, the edge rushers, the defensive ends, the safeties, the cornerbacks. Wink doesn't believe in positions. He believes in just putting 11 guys out there on the field, and I'm coming after you. And that's just the way he does it. So there's really no way to know what to expect.
Now, Paul, how loud was the noise during the offseason in regards to the GM Joe Schoen and the head coach potentially making a trade to bring in a quarterback rather than and I understand what he said at the beginning of, hey, we're going to allow Daniel Jones to prove himself. But how loud was the noise in New York about, hey, listen, we need to bring a quarterback in now?
Well, there are some fans who are definitely already turned against Daniel Jones. But in terms of real noise, it only came from the hot air outside of New York, from people around the country who have absolutely no idea what this organization is trying to do. Those of us who have been around every day know that they are committed to Daniel Jones. They figure that by the midpoint of the season, they will have enough information to figure out whether or not he is the guy who they want to go forward with. They've been incredibly impressed so far. That is the coaching staff. He has checked every box that they've wanted to this point. The last 3 weeks of camp, including the last the two preseason games he played, and the practices since, he has gotten better and better and better and has been razor sharp. They have tremendous hopes for him. But again, by the midpoint of the season, if he hasn't clicked, if he turns out to be mediocre, or for that matter, can't stay on the field because of health, then I think you'll see Tyrod Taylor be the bridge quarterback in 2023 as they look for somebody to grab the reins in 2024. But that's only if Jones is mediocre. If he's good, they could worry about maybe putting the tag on him instead of Barkley. If he's really good, he's going to get himself an extension.
Now, has Barkley shown throughout camp and everything that he's fully recovered and ready to go?
He looks scary good. Scary good. I remember when he came in as a rookie and had 2,000 yards from scrimmage, caught 91 passes out of the backfield, ran for like 1,300 yards. He looks like that guy who came out of Penn State again. He has battled all types of injuries between the serious knee injury, plus a bad hamstring, plus a bad ankle. He's gone through a lot of crap the last few years, and he's angry. He's angry. I understand that Derrick Henry is very angry, too, because of the short exit in the playoffs last year from Tennessee. I think it's going to be one hell of a time watching two angry running backs on Sunday with fires in their belly that could light up the entire continent with flames. I think these guys are both driven out of their minds to kick people's butts this year. And I'm looking forward to a really, really exciting game on Sunday because of these two guys in particular.
Yep, they will be taking center stage. Paul, real quick before we let you go, Kadarius Toney, he seems to be an X factor for them, a guy that's got a lot of upside first-round pick. How has he looked in camp?
Well, to be frank with you, he's been limited for much of it because of an off-season knee procedure that he had. He says he's 100% now. He told us this past week he's absolutely positively going to play. They did not list him on the injury report this week, so we have every reason to believe him. You're right. I mean, he's a mosquito out there. He's incredibly difficult to catch. He's very difficult to stay with because of his juke ability. An explosive, exciting player, which they saw flashes of as a rookie. And there's no doubt. I mean, you think about what the Chiefs were able to do with Tyreek Hill. You think about what the Bills were able to do with Cole Beasley. Well, think of that kind of amalgamation into one body in Kadarius Toney. That's kind of what the Giants are hoping to get out of him. And, of course, they still have Wan'Dale Robinson, their second-round pick this year, who has a lot of similar traits to Toney. And then there's Sterling Shepard, who is really one of the better slot receivers, if not in the league, certainly in the National Football Conference. So they feel like they've rebuilt the offensive line, that it can be functional, and they certainly believe they've got the weapons. Daniel Jones needs to make it happen. That's why mediocre is not good enough for him. Mediocre is going to get him the exit door. He's got to be good.
Paul, I can't promise anything about the weather on Sunday. We're hoping for the best, but enjoy your trip down to Nashville. Thank you so much for the insight today, and enjoy the game.
All right, fellas, you too. Have a good one.
All right, that's Paul Dottino. He covers the Giants. covers them thoroughly for WFAN. Really, really good stuff there. We will unpack it when we come back. Stay tuned. This is ESPN 102.5 The Game. And let me start it by telling you about Loan Pronto. Loan Pronto can help you. We just closed a deal with them in our house on Monday, or rather on Tuesday. Loan Pronto is working with a lot of home buyers and homeowners right now as we speak with great mortgage rates. They've got 30-year fixed APRs in the 4s, 15-year APRs that start with a 3. So with the high home values, lots of people are refinancing or maybe getting a home equity line of credit, all kinds of things that can get you cash out and use that cash to pay off a high-interest credit card bill, a car loan, a second mortgage, fuel something for a home improvement project you've been looking for. The money's in your house, and Loan Pronto can get it out for you fast. It's an all-digital, super-fast process with virtually zero paperwork and no hassle. I can tell you that firsthand. So call Loan Pronto right now and dial them up at 615-499-5780. That's 615-499-5780, or go to loanpronto.com. That's 615-499-5780. Equal housing lender, NMLS 166-1781, subject to lender approval.
Let's put the green flag in the air and turn them loose.
Nashville's home for NASCAR.
He's going to try to make a big move here.
It's brought to you by the Nashville Fairgrounds Speedway. We are your racing station.
ESPN
102.5 and 106.3 The Game. And the Game Nashville app.
Men, what if I told you that now you are able to get testosterone replacement therapy in the comfort of your own home? No more weekly trips to the doctor's office. We come to you 7 days a week, 12 hours a day. Be seen by a licensed medical professional in the privacy and comfort of your own home or office. You decide. Schedule your appointment today at CoolSpringsMD4Men.com.
A new fair is hatching in Nashville. Come on out and experience 10 days of dinner shows, barnyard animals, culture arts, sporting events, and 4 nights of Nashfest with themed music. We have something for everyone at the Fairgrounds Nashville from September 9th through the 18th. Buy tickets early online and save at nashfair.fun, a regional fair with an urban flair. The Nashville Fair. It's a hatchin' good time.
I bought jewelry in New York, I bought jewelry in LA, I bought jewelry in South Beach, I bought jewelry internationally.
Business owner Adam Rothberg knows jewelry. And of all the stores he shopped over the years, his #1 place to go? It's right here, Genesis Diamonds.
There's not a real big reason to go visit a lot of other jewelry stores. Everything that you hope to find everywhere else, you may get bits and pieces of it from others, but you come here and it's a one-stop shop. It's everything that you need to have.
From the largest selection of GIA certified diamonds to the top designer brands in the world to a stunning selection of luxury pre-owned Rolexes.
You really don't need to go anywhere else. Quality of the pieces, obviously a large selection, a selection that fits into a lot of people's budget, and then obviously good counsel and good advocacy for the people that work here that actually know the pieces and know the jewelry business.
And who aren't paid on commission.
They're not pushy. No hard sell.
All this plus the strongest warranties and guarantees in the jewelry industry, plus nationwide price protection and free service for life on any purchase.
Service you get from Genesis is second to none.
Come discover the store that's got it all. Genesis Diamonds, Green Hills and Cool Springs.
Are you looking for Tennessee-grown and crafted THC, CBD, Delta 8, Delta 9 products? Then float on over to ounceofhope.com. On top of the widest selection of luxury edibles and smokables, their customer service team is high quality and prepared to help select the right cannabis product for your needs. Their knowledgeable team will have you flying high with a smile. That's ounceofhope.com, made locally in Memphis. Ounce of Hope is Memphis Flyers' best cannabis shop 2 years in a row. Legal THC delivered to your door. ounceofhope.com.
Back in 1949, Dr. Houston began the tradition of treating athletes for common sports injuries. Today, the sports medicine physicians at Houston Clinic Orthopedics continue his legacy. Whether you play at school, in a league, on a professional team, or just enjoy being active, Houston Clinic Orthopedics physicians are there to help you stay in the game. Common sports injuries include tears, strains, sprains, and instabilities of the knee, shoulder, and ankle. Houston Clinic Orthopedics is located where you work and live. Visit tn.houston.com to book your appointment online. When experience matters, trust Houston Clinic Orthopedics.
I love this show.
Never miss a moment of the show.
Okay, all right, okay.
Subscribe to the Chase, Willie, and D-Mace podcast on iTunes, Spotify, and wherever you get your podcasts.
I'm ready to step this up a notch.
You're listening to Chase, Willie, and D-Mace on 102.5 and 106.3 The Game and on the Game Nashville app.
Tune into the college football game of the week on 102.5 and 106.3. The game this Saturday is the Kentucky Wildcats take on the Florida Gators starting at 6 o'clock. College football game of the week is brought to you by Twin Peaks, home of the 29-degree drafts and wall-to-wall sports. Back here on Chase, Willie, and D-Mace, 102.5, 106.3. The game also, don't miss Nashville's best NFL pregame show this Sunday live from Sonny's Patio and Pub Refuge, located at 6th Avenue North in Nashville. Join Jared Stillman and forever Titans wide receivers Chris Sanders and Derek Mason from 1 to 3 prior to the Titans taking on the New York Football Giants. The NFL pregame show is brought to you by TriStar Moving, Harmon Tractor and Equipment, Screwball Peanut Butter Whiskey, and Ounce of Hope. So just talked about the Giants and what to expect. Now, I thought Paul brought a good report there. You can tell he's very excited about this season for the New York Giants. We'll see how it goes, but what were some takeaways from you guys about what to expect on Sunday when the Giants come to town?
Well, they may not have, their two defensive linemen and Thibodeau and how do you pronounce
Ojulari. Yeah.
Ojulari, excuse me. They may not have those two, and I'm sure that those would be huge losses for the Giants if those two individuals can't play, considering what defensive coordinator Wink Martindale loves to do as far as scheme-wise, loves to put pressure on the offensive line and put pressure on the quarterback. So they're coming with design blitzes, exotic blitzes. So, but not having potentially having those two guys, it may take away a little bit of what Wink may want to do, but then again, it may not. So, and then also the Saquon Barkley. He said Saquon has looked great.
Yeah.
So I would love to see if he's back to rookie form.
You and I are thinking the same thing. The same two things jumped out to me is, can the offensive line for the Titans, with the new pieces in there, can they handle the blitz packages from Wink Martindale? And maybe the job is a little bit easier if the two offensive linemen are either compromised or can't play, or maybe one of them can't play. But if you can handle the pressure from the different spots, that's going to go a long way towards getting the offense on track. You mentioned Barkley. That has been a big theme from Giants camp, that he looks good, he's motivated, he wants that next big contract. So that has jumped out to me. And then I have wondered this a lot. You heard Paul, who covers the Giants, say the Giants would love to see Daniel Jones rise up and win the job going forward. But something tells me a lot of Giants fans would like to see something new. They would not mind having a crack at one of the quarterbacks coming out of the draft next year. They're just ready. They've seen enough. And Joe Schoen has decided to roll the dice and say, okay, if I've got to franchise tag him, that's going to cost me something like $9 million more to do it. But I'll cross that bridge if I come to it. Because I think it's basically saying, look, I can go either way. If he surprises me and has a great year, we'll deal with it. We'll sign him to a new deal. But if not, we're willing to start over.
Titans defensive coordinator Shane Bowen spoke earlier today and was asked, of course, about Saquon Barkley and what to expect from him as he tries to have a bounce-back year. Here's what he had to say.
Also, just preparing for a guy like Saquon, I know a lot of the guys in there are excited for that type of a challenge, too. I know he's kind of coming in here this year with a lot of juice as well.
Yeah, big challenge. Obviously, he's been one of the best in the league when he's rolling, so we're expecting him at full force, 100%. You hear all the reports about him coming out of camp. So our guys know. Our guys know, like, he's going to be a big part of what they do, as he should be. And we're going to have to find ways to stop him. We're going to hopefully not let him get started in the run game, and then we know that he's going to be in different spots to utilize his skill set in the passing game. So we got to make sure that he's a focal point of what we're trying to do here this weekend to stop them.
And I think he will be the focal point of that offense. There's no denying that's what he's going to be. But, you guys were just talking about him. He had a great rookie year, 1,300 yards, only played 13 games in 2019 and went over 1,000 yards. And then the last 2 years, 2 games in 2020 with 34 yards, 13 games last year, 593 yards. You're really going to have to show me something to say that he can get back to where he was his rookie year.
Yeah, he had that early injury 2 years ago, came back, and the thing that was probably most troublesome was that when he played last year, he wasn't nearly as good. He didn't look all the way back, banged up, and then missed, I think, the last 4 games last year. So it's like, is he going to get back there? Can he get back there? But you hear the coaching staff. You heard Derrick Henry earlier today. They're giving him the benefit of the doubt. They do believe that he will bounce back, and especially in week 1, that's the scary part, is wear and tear over the course of the season. Maybe you see some of the things that have plagued him. But in week 1, with him fresh and motivated, that's a game changer.
Yeah, it is. I'm sure he finally feels 100% healthy. Dealing with knee injury and talking with Paul in New York on WFAN, he's dealing with a hamstring issue, dealing with ankle issues, let alone the knee. All of that within the last, 2 or 3 years. Now I'm sure he finally feels I've had an off season where I can I didn't have to rehab. I can work out and do some of the things that I did normally. He has to feel good coming into this season. And like you said, well, this may be the worst time to play the New York Giants. Not just because, like we jokingly said, hey, listen, bad teams don't know they're bad the first game of the season. Not just that, but I think you run into a healthy Saquon Barkley. You run into a healthy and determined and more polished Daniel Jones. What does that equate to for the Giants, and what does that mean for the Tennessee Titans as they come in here this Sunday? So, it may look like a W, and I'm sure every Titan fan across the board is striking up W's, and I know Jared is saying, that's a W, that's a W.
I don't know.
But when you play a team like this early in the season, first game of the season, and everybody's pretty much healthy, and out of, their camp, they're saying Daniel Jones is looking really good. This might be one of those games where, what you thought was going to happen doesn't happen at all.
I'll give you a little history lesson, and Derek remembers this very well. The very first game in the stadium.
And what was Adelphia at the time?
Yeah, Adelphia Coliseum. Cincinnati Bengals. A bad team. Had the Titans beat. Very first game as the Titans.
Was
Remember
that
this game?
Achilles Smith?
Well, Achilles Smith had to come in the game. And I think you could make the argument that had Jeff Blake not gotten hurt, they might have hung on. They had certainly had a better chance. Jeff Blake was playing a really good game. Jeff Blake could have some good games. He hit a bomb
really
to Carl
good
Pickens
games
in that game. It was a beautiful throw.
No, it was Darnay Scott. It wasn't Carl Pickens.
Oh, was it Darnay Scott?
Yeah, Darnay Scott. I remember that play.
Woo, what a throw.
You know who had been the Bengals quarterback the year before?
Well, Neil O'Donnell was on the team, So they had switched. Jeff Blake was playing well. He got hurt, and they had to put Achilles Smith in, who was a rookie.
And he wasn't ready.
He wasn't ready, and they went into a shell and just tried to run the clock, and they didn't run much time off. And remember, Yancey Thigpen, I think, had a big punt return to get kind of things jump-started. But you guys were down, 8, 9 points in the fourth quarter, came back and won a last-second field goal. So that was one where you just never know what you're going to see on opening day. You can't ever go in there and say, this is a lopsided game. We know exactly what's going to happen. It just doesn't happen opening week.
Okay, so Willie, we haven't had a chance to talk about this, but it's time for trivia. I'm going to put you on the spot, and I'll help you. But we're actually, I'm calling this play on the air. We have Luke Combs tickets to give away. This show was just announced this morning. Tickets aren't even on sale yet. They go on sale Friday, September 16th at 10 o'clock. But this is a huge concert at Nissan Stadium, April 15th. I'm going to make the people work for it.
Yeah,
you have
Willie.
to answer 2 questions.
This ain't no easy Willie questions where you give them like 8, hints.
And I want to do this on the air. 615-737-1025. Load up the lines. Luke Combs tickets on the line. You got to earn these because I want them. And I can't have them. So I'm going to make you earn them. Coming up next, Chase, Willie, and D-Mace, 102.5, 106.3 The Game.
Hey, Preds fans.
Sliding across to make the save is Sarah.
You can now hear Nashville's best sports talk.
The backhander, he scores!
And every Predators game on 106.3 FM.
Oh, that was a thing of beauty.
From downtown Nashville to Rutherford and Williamson counties.
Duchesne with the overtime winner.
Catch all the action on 102.5 and 106.3 The Game.
Hey, Robbie Stanley here, and the start of the NFL season is finally here, and the best place to practice your touchdown dance is on FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. FanDuel is kicking off Week 1 with a no-sweat bet for everybody. Doesn't matter if you're a new customer or already have an account, you'll get free bets back if you don't win. Just log in and see for yourself. I really like the Titans and their Week 1 matchup against the Giants, -5.5. Give me the Titans all day long on that, but you take it any way you want to take it. If you're new to FanDuel Sportsbook, just sign up with promo code ROB to get started. Once again, that promo code is ROB. Either way, you can celebrate the return of football season with a no-sweat bet during Week 1. Make every moment more with FanDuel, an official sports betting partner of the NFL, or build out a same-game parlay as well for a chance to win a bigger payout with a small bet. Whatever you do, make sure you do it on FanDuel Sportsbook. Must be 21 or older and present in Tennessee. Refund issued is non-withdrawable free bets that expire 14 days after receipt. A max refund of $5 unless otherwise specified. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Got a gambling problem? Call the Tennessee Red Line at 1-800-889-9789.
When I retire, I plan on being busy. Bird watching, cooking, traveling. I might even write a book. But I never thought I'd have to plan on being an expert on all things Medicare. Fortunately, with 75 years of experience helping Tennesseans, the experts at Farm Bureau Health Plans helped answer all my Medicare questions. So no matter what I plan on doing next, I understand all my options. Talk to your local representative or visit fbhp.com. Farm Bureau Health Plans. Plan on us.
312 Pizza Company is a family-owned restaurant located in the heart of Germantown, serving up authentic Chicago-style eats right here in Nashville. 312 Pizza Company only uses the best all-natural ingredients and makes everything in-house from scratch every single day. And trust me, you can taste the difference. They've got deep dish pizza, thin crust pizza, their Italian beef. You'll taste the freshness. Stop in for a pint of local beer and a slice of pizza, or order online at 312pizzaco.com. 312 Pizza Company, Nashville's authentic Chicago pizzeria.
Now's the time to make a message known. All working-class Tennesseans vote no on Amendment 1 this voting season. Right to work does not belong in the state constitution. Hardworking families deserve to have their needs addressed in today's economy. Visit TennesseeWorkerAlliance.org, paid for by the Nashville Building Trades.
We gather together in communities across the nation to remember and honor, to celebrate and support, to light the night. We are LLS, and when we walk, cancer runs. Find your local event at lightthenight.org.
Finding the right person for the job isn't easy. Just ask someone who hired a stuntman to do their home renovations.
Just finished a new sunroom, Mrs. C. The best part is I used candy glass for all the windows, so you can do this and this. Doesn't hurt a bit either.
But if you've got an insurance question, you can always count on your local Geico agent. They can bundle your policies, which could save you hundreds.
And if you don't want to take the long way to the kitchen, the walls are breakaway too. See?
For expert help with all your insurance needs, visit geico.com/local today.
Robbie and Rex Road here on ESPN. Welcome into Chase, Willie, and D-Mace.
Stillman Company is delivered. There's a new way to hear 102.5 The Game. Nashville's best sports talk on 106.3 FM. From downtown Nashville to Spring Hill on I-65 and to Murfreesboro on I-24. You now have two choices to hear our great sports programming.
Get the extra point, no problem.
And the Nashville Predators.
Scores!
Check out 106.3 now and save it as a preset.
Hey Nashville, this is Gary Bettman. You're listening to Nashville's best sports talk, ESPN 102.5 The Game.
Back here, Chase, Willie, and D-Mace, 102.5, 106.3 The Game. Luke Combs tickets on the line. Nissan Stadium on April 15th. You can't even buy these yet. They go on sale Friday, September 16th at 10 o'clock. Beer never broke my heart either. That is very true. So you must earn these. The lines are loaded. People wanting to win these tickets.
Earn it.
You have to answer a trivia question from Willie and from me. You got to get them both right to win these tickets.
Mm-hmm.
Gotta earn it.
I'm making people work for this.
Okay.
That's a good prize.
So I guess as I think about it, if we're doing this on the air, if somebody gets the first question right and then your question wrong, I have to come up with a new question. So I'll be ready for dinner.
Or vice versa.
Or vice versa.
Mine's harder.
Yes, I think it'll much more likely to be that way, but we'll find out. So just have a backup question or a secondary question ready to go.
Okay.
All right, who was our first contestant?
Let's go to Brad. Brad, welcome in. Are you ready to answer some Titans trivia?
Let's go for it.
All right, I need to know, we're talking about opening weekend. Once upon a time, Marcus Mariota was a rookie quarterback playing in his first NFL game. Who was the game against?
Hello.
Jaguars.
The Jaguars. Incorrect.
Thanks for trying, Brad. All right, let's go to Josh. Josh, welcome in.
All right, Josh, who was Marcus Mariota's first game against back in 2015?
I want to say there was a bunch of hype about him playing Jameis Winston in the Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
That would be
That
correct.
is correct.
All right. You're one away from a championship.
All right. Here is my question. With a win on Sunday, Mike Vrabel will get his 44th win as head coach of the Tennessee Titans, which would move him third all-time on the wins list behind Jeff Fisher, who's number 1, and Bum Phillips, who is number 2. He would actually tie for third all-time. Who is third all-time currently for wins as a head coach for the Tennessee Titans?
Let me think about it. Give me 30 seconds.
No, you got 30 seconds.
Ken Wisenhut.
Thanks for playing, Josh. Appreciate it. Let's go to Deborah. Deborah, welcome in.
Hey.
All right, Willie, you got another question?
I mean, no, she should be able to answer Willie's question. If she's been listening, she should be able to answer.
No, you can't just get a freebie.
Because you would
keep a freebie.
No, because, okay, what if she doesn't answer your new one? Someone answers it, then you got to keep on.
Or do you want me to go first?
You got to get.
You got to keep on going.
I'll go first.
I'm ready for.
Okay, go.
All right, let's just have an offshoot of the first one. Marcus Mariota's first game. That is indeed the case. Of course, the Falcons are playing the Saints this week, so it's a rematch. Mariota against Jameis Winston. In that game, Marcus Mariota had a huge game, and they won by a score of 42-14. Marcus Mariota had 4 touchdown passes. Can you tell me what number Marcus Mariota wore for the Titans?
What number what now?
What uniform number did Marcus Mariota wear for the Titans?
Oh my gosh, Deborah. Just my brain dead. It's crazy.
What? Did we lose it?
No.
Okay.
Need a guess.
5, 4, 3,
8.
she got it.
That's
okay.
correct. Just kind of popped in there last second, didn't it?
Yeah. All right, the second question. With a win on Sunday, Mike Vrabel would be tied for third all-time on the wins list for head coaches for the Titans. Who is currently third with 44 wins behind Jeff Fisher and Bum Phillips?
That's with the Titans coach.
That's the franchise, so you got to include the Oilers.
Oh my God, I know this.
5, 4, 3.
But I don't know.
That is blinking.
Thanks, Deborah.
Thank you, Deborah.
Should I give a hint?
Nope.
No hint?
I don't think so. This is big. This is a big prize.
It is a
We
big
get
prize.
this.
All right, let's go to Clint. Clint, welcome in.
Hello.
All right,
Do you want
Clint.
me to go first, or you got it?
Well, your questions are the same. Yeah, I think you got to get the qualifying question.
Okay.
We know this. Ken Wisenhunt, for all his faults, was really good in Week 1. He won both of his openers. They beat the Buccaneers in Marcus Mariota's debut. That was also Ken Wisenhunt's debut. The following year, they also won their first game of the season. Who was that against? Oh, excuse me. The year, yes.
Can you repeat that, please?
Ken Wisenhunt was the coach for less than 2 seasons for the Tennessee Titans. Yet, he won both of his opening games. In 2015, we just talked about Marcus Mariota's debut. The year before, they also won the first game in Ken Wisenhunt's short tenure. It was an AFC team. Who did they beat on the road in the first game of 2014 to start the Ken Wisenhunt era? They beat them 26-10 on the road. AFC opponent.
Sheesh.
It really looked good at the time. Hey, want to know this new coach?
Oh, yeah.
Everything looks great.
All right. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
So it's the Pats.
Who did you say?
The Pats?
The Pats?
The Pats.
It was not the Pats.
Sorry, Clint. All right. 615-737-1025. Got lines available. Let's go to Devontae.
What's going on, fellas?
All right.
Devontae, who did they beat in the first game of the Ken Wisenhunt era, 2014? AFC opponent on the road, 26-10.
Kansas City.
That is correct. The Kansas City Chiefs. Now, can he get the second part?
All right, here we go. Mike Vrabel, with a win on Sunday, would be tied third all-time on the franchise wins list for a head coach behind Jeff Fisher and Bum Phillips.
Mm-hmm.
Who would he tie? Who is currently third?
Come on, fellas. I'm from Nashville. Jerry Glanville.
It's a good guess, but no.
I hated everything. I mean, it was just awful. I don't want
Sorry,
to sing
Devontae.
anything again. Seriously, it was that bad.
Man.
He was close, I guess.
Have I made this too difficult?
No, you didn't.
I mean, I have a hint that I can give, but I'm not
See,
going to.
but this is the problem we may run into. Somebody doesn't answer your question.
I know. You got to get two. You got to get two.
But it's usually, in game, isn't it usually the same answer? Which means the other people need to be listening.
You got to pay attention.
You got to pay attention. You got to do it.
They're making it hard for y'all, folks.
I know.
They're
It's a
making
good
it
prize.
extremely
It's a good
hard.
Josh is saying he did. I said the franchise. He said I didn't say it included the Oilers. I said the franchise. The franchise is both.
Yes.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying, Josh. They
you
lump
gotta-
both of them in.
It is the franchise. Bum Phillips never coached for the Titans.
He did not.
615-737-1025. Logan, welcome in.
All right, Logan, you ready?
Logan.
Logan.
All right. Logan's gone. Logan's
Next
not
up.
there.
Next up.
You brought up the wrong one. That's what it was. Logan. Now we have Logan.
Now we have Logan, a.k.a. Wolverine. Logan.
Is it the same two questions?
No, it is not.
No.
Okay. Hit me then.
All right. On that 2014 staff, Ken Wisenhunt staff for the Titans, one of the assistant coaches was Sylvester Kroom. He was the running back coach. What SEC school was he the head football coach for, in addition to being an assistant coach for the Titans?
What SEC school was Sylvester Kroom a head coach for?
Yes.
I believe it was Mississippi State.
That is correct.
Boom.
All right, Logan, take it home here. With a win on Sunday, Mike Vrabel will be tied for third all-time on the franchise, which includes the Oilers, win list behind Jeff Fisher and Bum Phillips. Who is currently third?
Third, Jack Pardee.
That is correct.
We got
a
winner.
Congratulations. Logan is going to Luke Combs and his won tickets before you can buy them. Logan, we'll put you on hold and get your info. There you go. Jack Pardee.
Hey, man, I can give it up to you guys. That was tough.
Did you know before I told you the answer? Would you have gotten that?
Nah, I don't think I would have gotten that.
See, the hint I was going to give was Floyd fired him halfway through the 94 season, and Jeff Fisher took over. And that
Somebody said Jerry Glanville, didn't they?
Yeah,
they did.
Okay.
And I don't know where Glanville would be. I mean, that's a good guess.
Yeah.
He was there for a long time, but I don't know where.
Not quite as long as you would think, because he got fired by Bud Adams, and then
hired Bum Phillips, right?
No, he was
Bum
after
was
Bum.
Yeah, he was after.
But
Bum.
he he went to the Falcons and kept coaching for a while. Jerry Glanville, I think, post his time with the Oilers. And I think Pardee may have taken over for Glanville, if I'm not mistaken.
I think that could be right.
Mm-hmm.
There you go. We're going to make you work for the Luke Combs tickets. That's how this works. We'll come back, talk about Week 1, the matchup tonight, as you get ready for Stillman and Company. That's coming up. Chase, Willie, and D-Mace, 102.5, 106.3 The Game.
Join Chase McCabe for Chasing Checkers every Sunday morning at 8 for all the news in the world of motorsports.
Joey Logano gets the very first victory in the next-gen car
while hearing from the big names.
Two-time champion Kyle Busch.
Being able to bring NASCAR, the Cup Series, back to Nashville is cool.
It's Chasing Checkers, presented by Ample Collision Centers and the Nashville Fairgrounds Speedway
on ESPN
102.5 and 106.3 The Game and the Game Nashville app.
From the Fox 17 News Code Red Weather Center.
I'm Fox 17 Code Red meteorologist Greg Bobus. A nice day ahead of us. Morning, no fog, no rain. Temperatures in the 60s. This afternoon, middle 80s for high temperatures, low humidity. Loaded with sunshine, will stay rain-free until the second half of your Friday.
Brought to you by Hiller Plumbing, Heating, Cooling, and Electrical.
Maine Kenny here. Kenny Maine here. All right, that one was on me. And hey, for new Caesars Sportsbook app users, your first bet's on Caesars. So if you don't win, you get it wrong, you get up to $1,250 back as a free bet. Download the Caesars Sportsbook app and sign up with the code RADIOFULL.
Open to new users in Tennessee who are 21 or older. Qualifying bet loses. Bet amount returned as a credit. Must use within 14 days. See Caesars.com/promos for full terms. Gambling problem? Call or text the Tennessee Red Line at 1-800-889-9789.
Hey, Willie Donick here. Are you feeling the sting of higher interest rates and higher costs? Those credit cards and other loans are costing more and more every month, and inflation is making everything else more expensive. Your home can save you right now. Your home's value is up, and there's a ton of cash in it, and you can access it with Loan Pronto. They specialize in zero-cost cash-out home refis. Get tens of thousands in as little as 2 weeks. And yes, VA loans are eligible. With a VA loan, you can access up to 100% of your home's value. So pay off high-rate credit cards and other loans. Consolidate everything into one super low payment. People who do this usually cut about $800 or more from their monthly budget. So if your home mortgage rate goes up a point or so, it's offset by your credit card rate going to zero. So call Loan Pronto and unlock that equity and wipe out the bad debt. 615-499-5780. That's 615-499-5780 or go to loanpronto.com. Equal housing lender, NMLS 166-1781, subject to lender approval.
In a world where human interaction seems to be reduced to chats and clicks and emails, where transactions are measured only by speed, where corporate policies overrule common sense, sometimes you just want to go old school. Welcome to Genesis Diamonds, a refreshing experience where personal relationships and authentic interaction are the norm, not the exception. At Genesis, you're here celebrating something awesome in your life, and we want to know all about it. We want to hear your story, listen to your requests, and be a meaningful part of whatever occasion this is. A proposal, an anniversary, a birthday, graduation, push gift, sweet 16. If it's important to you, it's important to us. So we don't care how long it takes. We're not paid on commission, and we're not beholden to some corporate rule book. We just want to help you get what you want to make it into a special memory. So take a break from modern shopping and go old school with us at Genesis. Let's start a real relationship that you can count on for life. Genesis Diamonds, Green Hills, and Cool Springs.
Jared Stillman.
If you get 3 games where he doesn't turn the ball over, you're going to the Super Bowl.
Caroline Fenton.
I don't know if he would be open to joining another team.
Stillman and Company. Afternoons from 2 to 6.
Presented by TriStar Moving.
On Nashville's best sports talk.
ESPN.
102.5 and 106.3 The Game. And on the Game Nashville app. This is Chase, Willie, and D-Mace on 102.5 and 106.3 The Game and on the Game Nashville app.
Chase, Willie, and D-Mace, 102.5, 106.3 The Game. Stillman and Company coming up next as Jared and Caroline will give their predictions on Tannehill's season and his career path going forward. That's how they will lead off the show. But tonight, it all kicks off as the Buffalo Bills, picked by a lot of people to win the Super Bowl this year. We did our predictions. I have them winning the Super Bowl.
They're the favorite in Vegas.
They are the favorite, taking on the defending Super Bowl champions, Los Angeles Rams. I think this is going to be a good football game tonight. I have the Bills winning the game. I think the line is 2.5. Last time I looked, they are the favorite. Rams are a home dog, but I do like Buffalo tonight, and I think this is going to be a big season for Josh Allen.
No Odell Beckham, no Von Miller.
No Andre Whitworth.
Von Miller now with the Bills.
Yeah.
So
Von Miller now with the Bills. So, yeah, the Rams still have a lot of really good players.
Mm-hmm.
I believe Van Jefferson is hurt. Is he not? Is he playing tonight? I think he's been banged up.
He is out tonight.
He's out. Allen Robinson. That's a very intriguing guy for this team because they need, with no Robert Woods, no Odell, Van Jefferson hurt. Like we talked about the fantasy season, like when we were talking a few weeks ago, we all looked at Van Jefferson as a possible breakout guy. But now he's hurt, so Allen Robinson is the guy, really, to take some heat off of Cooper Kupp. Otherwise, you'd have like 7 guys covering Cooper Kupp. Like, that's what I might try. But, of course, this is a really good defense in general. Matthew Stafford, arm issues, supposedly, missing some practice time. Is that going to be a thing when the season starts? It's a training camp thing, but Sean McVay saying, no, not a big deal. He's going to be all right. But are the Rams still going to be a team that looks like the Rams? Most people think as long as they got Jalen Ramsey back there and Aaron Donald up front, they're still going to find ways to be really good.
Again, I think they just could be a little slow out of the gates.
Yeah, I mean, you look at this team. This is a good matchup, a good week 1 matchup, and you just wonder. And I brought this up earlier. You just wonder if, the Rams, are they still have that hangover, that Super Bowl hangover, and you never really say this about coaches after they win a Super Bowl, but it's almost like, to me, McVay can have a Super Bowl hangover. He looks like the type of guy that he could have a Super Bowl hangover, and it could trickle down to his team.
Huh.
Well, McVay and
they just signed an
Les
extension.
Snead just got an extension through 2026. So.
Here's the other thing about the hangover. Last year was the first 17-game season.
I had a hangover Sunday.
We've been there.
We've all been there.
Yeah, we've been there. Good movie, The Hangover.
Yeah.
By the way, probably not the sequel, but the first one, very good. Last year was the first 17-game season ever. So they played the 17 games. They did not win the division. Remember, they had to play in the wild card. So they played 21 games. So that's more than anybody's ever had to play. So is that a thing? Do you think that the one extra game, 2 more than, in theory, you might have to play someday if you got to bye?
I think
you worried about that?
I think them, not having, the guys that they had last year, whether it's Vance Johnson, Jefferson. I said Johnson. Vance Jefferson.
There was a Vance Johnson. Remember for John Elway?
Exactly. Jefferson or Odell Beckham. Andre Whitworth is gone. They're starting all-pro left tackle. Von Miller's gone.
Yeah.
So, yes, they do still have Aaron Donald. Leonard Floyd's still there. Jalen Ramsey's still there. But having to replace those guys that we talked about, I mean, that's huge.
And they have, I don't think, any draft picks until like 2050.
Is that right? Yeah. Something like that. They, it's crazy. They only have 2 tight ends listed on their roster: Tyler Higbee and Bryson Hopkins. We saw Hopkins in the Super Bowl, and that was kind of Bryson's coming out party for, he had modest numbers, hadn't really done much out of Purdue. So I'm wondering how they're going to use him this year.
We talked about the running back too.
Cam Akers.
Cam Akers. It's a big season for him. Remember, he missed almost the entire year last year, right? He came in there. So what is he bringing to the table? A lot of question marks for a defending champion. I'm most concerned though with the arm of Matthew Stafford. Is there something we've been hearing so much smoke about it? We're going to see it, and he faces a tough defense to start.
I saw this tweet from Schefter earlier today. Rams quarterback Matthew Stafford underwent an off-season elbow procedure to deal with the pain he experienced last season and to help prepare for this season, per sources. Despite the questions about his elbow, Stafford is now said to feel better today than he did this time last year.
We'll find out.
We will see. We will see.
So, you got final picks? I said Bills. Bills win tonight.
Yeah, I got the Bills winning this.
I'll take the Rams tonight.
Okay.
Be different.
Willie will be different.
Are you taking them because you truly believe they're going to win?
I'm just going opposite.
Just different,
you guys.
yeah.
Going opposite.
Going opposite.
You going opposite?
Going opposite. It's worked for a lot of people who listen to our shows over the years. Whoever the expert, whoever the panel picks, go opposite. Well, that way, the other thing is one of us will be right.
Yeah, I guess
one or two of us will be right. Somebody, we got our bases covered. Also, a night off for the Mets and the Braves tonight. The Mets got back on the beam, swept the Pirates. The Braves just never lose. What is the Braves' record in their last 88 games?
I don't know.
64-24.
Good grief.
Is that good?
It's not bad.
64. They were 22-27.
Yep.
To start the season. Since then, they are 64-24. Yesterday, the A's get ahead of them. It's 2-0. You're thinking,
Strider battles.
Maybe. And then here comes the home run ball. Grissom, Swanson. I mean, they just
what's crazy?
They hit the long ball. They just do not lose.
You can't catch.
They're not re-signing Dansby. Like, he's gone because they don't need him.
They got so many other guys.
Yeah,
that'd be a nice.
He's going to get paid. And
no
good for him.
question.
He deserves it. But yeah, I don't think he's going to be back.
Now their next test is pretty tough because under the radar, Seattle has had a great season. They've been right up there with the Braves and the Dodgers among the hottest teams in baseball over the last couple of months. So that's a challenging series for them coming up.
We'll see how it goes. The Mets have a half-game lead. Both teams off tonight, and that race is heating up. We'll talk more about tonight's opener in the NFL. We'll do that tomorrow. Eddie George at 1 o'clock, but stick around. Stillman and Company, they will talk about Ryan Tannehill and his season. That's all coming up next. 102.5, 106.3, The Game.
We out.
You watch The Game.
Shot on the score. Philip Tomasino on the power play.
We talk The Game.
I think the Predators have significantly upgraded with him in the top 6.
We are The Game. Nashville's best sports talk. 102.5 and 106.3 The Game and The Game Nashville app.
Hey folks, Joe Rexrode here talking NFL season because it's starting and it's awesome. And this is the best place to practice your touchdown dance. FanDuel Sportsbook, America's #1 sportsbook, because FanDuel is kicking off week 1 with a no-sweat bet for everyone. Does not matter if you're a new customer or you already have an account. You're going to get free bets back if you don't win. Log in and see for yourself. You can keep it simple. Money lines, point spreads. You can get some player props going. You can go same-game parlay, combine it, bigger payouts, small bets. I'll tell you one quick one. I would go ahead and take the Titans and give the points against the Giants. That's how I feel about that one. You do whatever you want. If you're new to FanDuel, sign up with promo code Joe102 to get started. Again, promo code Joe102. And either way, you're going to celebrate the return of football season with a no-sweat bet during week 1. Make every moment more with FanDuel, an official sports betting partner of the NFL. You must be 21 or older in present Tennessee. Refund issued is now withdrawable free bets that expire 14 days after receipt. Max refund $5 unless otherwise specified. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call the Tennessee Red Line, 800-889-9789.
ElectronicExpress.com. We make it happen.
Hey, summer's over, but is that joint pain still there? Well, it's time to do something. Willie Donick here, and I want to tell you about QC Kinetics. You've put it off long enough. It's time to get real lasting relief from chronic pain in your knees, your back, your shoulder, and hips. QC Kinetics can get you moving again with cutting-edge regenerative treatments. No drugs, no downtime, no surgery.